Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to BWTM Sports Gaming. First of all, before I start the show, I want to give a big shout out to our friends and colleagues across Russia and Ukraine, particularly those from Fight News and UA Boxing News and the other media outlets out across Russia and Ukraine. I want to say thank you very much to them because they continue to support the channel and support particularly our interviews with James Ali Bashir. They've very been supportive in that, and shout out also to Manila Times, who also covered our piece with Derek James and Now Boxing. So shout out to those who gave credit and credited and sourced our information, our interviews. If you want to know more about that, that's in the comment section. Okay, so the discussion we'll be having today will sadly, and this is I have no joy doing this particular show. There is no joy in it, but if I didn't talk about it, then it just wouldn't be right. I think you have to take the good with the bad, and sometimes, or the good with the not so good, shall I say. Disclaimer: unless someone has done something that's completely outrageous, disgusting, evil, and downright an injustice, and has caused harm to other people, there is no joy in seeing somebody else flat on their face, struggling or going through a difficult time. There is no joy in it. There's no joy in wanting to see somebody successful not hit the heights of success that they may have set out with good intentions to go about. They may have struggled, but to get to a point. Now, we are in a society today of people that love to see somebody fall. They will quickly report and laugh on somebody that's falling, or somebody's not doing well, or somebody's misfortune, than they will of someone's success. We have a lot of people out there that hate and don't like success. We have people out there that have discriminate because of the color of someone's skin, or because they feel that they're in a better position, or they feel that the person that's speaking out shouldn't be speaking out and should just sit down and keep quiet. And because they decide to take an approach to be outspoken, they take an approach to speak up for their own truths. They take the decision to say, you know what? No, I'm not going to listen to what you have to say. You're not going to dictate how my life goes. I'm going to make my life choices, and I will say what I want to say when I want to say, and I will take the responsibility for that afterwards. And so we have a situation here with two people. I can't say I'm close to Anthony Yarde, and I can't say I'm very close to Tunde Ajayi, but there are two people that I'm fond of, or deeply fond of, as people. Tunde Ajayi I've known for a number of years. Bless me. Dust. I've known for a number of years, and I've got nothing negative to say about Tunde Ajayi as the man. Do you understand? We've gone out, we've had dinner together, we've spoken on countless occasions. I've had him on the channel, and I think he's a refreshing energy to the world of boxing. Unfortunately, we are in a world, particularly in the UK, where people don't like people that speak out. They don't like people that are confident in themselves and will say, look, I don't care what you think, I'm going to do it. And especially someone like Tunde, who's doing it in an unorthodox way. He's not doing it the textbook way. And when you do things that are not the textbook way, or the way they would like you to do it, it is, how you doing, my friend? It's not doing things the way they would like you, not the conventional way. Anytime you try to do something non-conventional, you become political, because you're standing for something. Once you decide to stand for something, you're going to have opposition. And I'll give you an example. When Ricky Hatton fought Floyd Mayweather, he was there sitting down, mocking Floyd Mayweather with all the pad work and mocking Floyd for the and Hatton didn't understand it. He was ignorant. He didn't understand it. So when Hatton got knocked out by a check left hook and was looking up at the lights, he had that moment of enlightenment and thought, you know what? There might be something in that. And then he did the same thing again with Manny Pacquiao. He's like, oh, Manny Pacquiao did this, it rolls out. Did this and rolls out. And sitting down there almost mocking Manny Pacquiao for what ended up happening is that Ricky Hatton got in the ring and then getting knocked out by the same way, the left hand rolling out is the same way that dropped Hatton. You see, so there is an ignorance within certain mindsets, and that mindset transfers across the boxing universe. If you don't understand something, mock it. Don't take the time to understand it, mock it. Yeah, and we talk about mental health and bullying and how terrible it is. But we've got a bunch of hypocrites in the world of, particularly in the world of boxing, where we talk about all these things, but at the same time we're doing the same thing. We say, oh yeah, mental health. We need to be, to do causes and do things for mental health and do charity for it and support it and do fundraising. But on the other hand, you still got the same people that are mocking people that when they lose a fight, or tearing into them after they've lost a fight, or tearing into them when things are not going right. And that happens. Good evening. So this happens. Ironically, if you watch Ricky Hatton today in the gym, Ricky Hatton's doing it because he gets it. He gets it. So here we have Tunde Ajayi, a young black man who wants to do things his way. Okay. He's been in the gym. He spent years watching Floyd. So, when you want to be the best at something or you want to be successful at something, you don't look at people that are your peers. You look at people that you go out of your way. You go to learn. You go to study. You go to improve yourself. And Tunde Ajayi, say what you want about him. He went out and took time and looked at Roger Mayweather and Floyd and watched how they did their thing. Okay, and he came with his System 9, and he's done for himself. If you look at what he's done with Anthony Yarde, promotionally, what he's done with Anthony Yarde in terms of getting him that Adidas deal and the amount of money he got paid for the Kovalev fight, those things, and bringing him through as an unbeaten fighter to win the belts he did. Okay, the opposition may not have been great, but then this is a guy who didn't have so much of an amateur background. And there are guys who are professional fighters, who are Olympians, who've gone through similar paths or fought even worse. So even so that, I think Tunde's done what he's wanted to do with opposition. Now, Tunde's one of these guys that you either like him or you loathe him. You're like Marmite, and he don't really care. But I think he does. I think he does care. I think he does care what people say, because the way he responds sometimes to people, I think he can get a bit defensive. But then this, being in environments that Tunde's been in, you're running up against an escalator's coming down. You always run up against the escalator because the system's set in a certain way that certain types of people are running up against the tide. I'll read your comments later. Please don't write any comments now, because I'm not going to respond to them, because I'll just lose track. But I will come to your comments. So I'm getting to a point of trying to build what I'm coming to with this. So when I look at Tunde Ajayi and I look at, you make comments like, the Andre Ward comment, things like we don't do sparring. And maybe that was taken out of context. Even the lines in the camp, all of these things. I mean, I really have to say, we have some idiot people called journalists in boxing, right? They ask questions. Then when you sit down and think, really? Are you come to ask me this question? And they're in a position. They ask these questions, yeah, and I don't think their fan base is any better because some of the questions that they ask are downright insulting to a fighter. And so when you have these people coming asking you questions, after a while, you start to give them stupid answers because you think, well, you know what? There's no point talking intellectual with you guys. There's no point talking to you about these kind of things because you know what? You don't understand. You don't get it. So the only way you get it is by me having to show you how it's done. And when people were mocking Floyd for what he was doing, Floyd was backing it up with results. That's the difference. Floyd was backing up. They were saying what they were saying about Floyd. He was backing up with the results. Walked away from the sport unbeaten. And so when you see, so that's the whole Tunde Ajayi thing in very much in a nutshell, you know, and the battles he's had to face. I'm not saying that, you know, when you're going up an escalator coming down and you get to the top, you know, and you get over certain hurdles, there's a certain feeling you get that, you know what, even if I'm running against the grain, I get to the top, right, I've done it my way. And you persist with that behavior, going against the grain, even when common sense, I don't say common sense prevails, but that emotion can overtake you. Okay, and it can get the better of you. And I'll explain my point in a minute on that. Here's Anthony Yarde now, from the amateurs. He went away. He wanted to work with Tunde. Tunde said, "Go away, win something." He went away. He come back. He won something. Tunde took him on as a pro. Remember, Tony Cisse worked with Anthony Yarde as an amateur, and I spoke to you all about this before, about Tony Cisse being an amateur, was Yarde's amateur coach. And I just wonder if that relationship is going to be reignited in 2021 as a possibility. I wonder. Because back then, with Tony Cisse, Yarde talks about being raw and going out there and knocking mans out. That's what Yarde was talking about. And now with Tunde, he's now become more of a boxer puncher. Or so it would seem. That was the plan for him, to be a boxer puncher. And you know, along the way of that, the Beast from the East has had lines in the camp, which at the start may have been okay, but people want results. You're in the results business. And if you are saying lines in the camp and you're a lion and you're the Beast from the East, and this is what I suspect inside the Yarde is thinking. I'm the Beast from the East. I'm lions in the camp. But I've had this fight against Kovalev and got myself knocked out. I couldn't get past the jab. You know, I got boxed. I did excel, but I have to question my corner, telling me to empty my tank. In the 8th round, in a fight, I've never gone 12 rounds before, never been prepared for this. But yet I'm jumping in and fighting Kovalev. I had no preparation for it, so I'm almost thrown into lion's den, going away from home. It was a monumental challenge for Anthony Yarde. You know, the rewards were great, but the amount that you have to overcome to get to that. And I don't know how many British fighters that had never gone 12 rounds, who'd never fought remotely anywhere near that level, would have gone to Russia with such confidence, looking to do the job and looking to beat Kovalev, and almost coming close to beating Kovalev. And arguably, possibly, Yarde in the back of his mind might be thinking to himself, the raw version of me would have knocked that boy out. But the boxing version of me, the sit back, jab, and all this sort of other technical stuff is the reason why I lost that fight. That's got to be ringing around the back of his head. Because if you listen to his interview, at one point he says, you know what? I'm looking to screw all this stuff I've learned and just go back to be raw. He says that's part of me. And that for me was like alarm bells all over. I'm thinking to myself, well, if that's inside you internally, you want to be out there brawling and knocking mans out. If that's what you feel inside, then there's a conflict of interest between what you what you deeply feel in your heart as opposed to what you're learning. Because if you're happy to say, screw this shit, basically, he didn't use those words, he was even more blatant with it. Use the F word, screw this shit, basically. Let me go back to being that man that used to go and knock man's out. But even that in itself might be slightly, I don't use the word deluded, but it might be slightly, might be a false sense of security that Anthony's in, because he's saying, well, he used to knock men out doing that, but at what level were you doing that? And can that work at the highest level when you've got guys who've been to the Olympics, who've got deep amateur backgrounds, who know how to box and has got distance and timing and speed and defense and all these things? Is that going to cut the mustard at the highest level? So far, at the highest level, or just below the highest level, in both occasions, you have failed, whether you want to accept the second loss or not, through one thing, the left jab, being unable to get past the left jab. In the preview to the Yarde versus Arthur fight, and I was talking to people about Lyndon Arthur, I said, this guy is a very good fighter. He's dangerous. And I think he's going to beat Yarde, because Yarde has to show me, and this was the show me fight. I called it the show me fight. Show me that you've learned from the Kovalev fight. Show me that you can get past the jab. Show me you can do 12 rounds. Show me you can box a guy and beat a guy who has technically got better boxing skills than yourself, has a better amateur pedigree, is fundamentally sound. Can you beat a guy that's unbeaten and it's not just going to sit back and let you hit him on the chin and fall over? Can you fight a guy that's going to give you resistance, who's going to give you movement? And the answer is no. If Yarde, if he says to himself, well, you know what, I feel like pulling this all apart and then going back to what I originally was, which was a beast knocking man out. You had from round 9 to round 12 to say, you know what, forget what Tunde's teaching me, forget what Tunde said. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to take Arthur out. Only in the 12th round that kind of light went on, and he was looking to close the show, being an entertainer. But he had round 11 and round, you see, 10, from 10 to 12 he could have done. Even he could have gone from 11 to 12 and gone for Arthur. But he didn't. So is there confusion within Anthony Yarde's mindset? And then the corner that supported the idea of him emptying the tank. If he didn't empty the tank against Kovalev, and he had hurt Kovalev, and he'd empty the tank, and he tried to do that again in the next round, like empty the tank, would he have got knocked out in that 12th round? Or the 11th round? Would he have got knocked out? He might have gone to points and got beat on points by Kovalev. Wouldn't look so bad. And how does this work with this whole Adidas deal? Because you've lost against Kovalev. Okay, you lost against a world-class fighter. You can sell that one. But you just lost to Lyndon Arthur, the Commonwealth champion. A fight you should have won. And that Commonwealth belt would have put you in 2021, you know, in a driving seat for a potential fight, a unification bout with Joshua Boatsy, British and Commonwealth, a fight which I think could well be winnable for him. Because Boatsy, as I said, is very open to the right hand. He's not progressing. He's not moving forward. Anyway, back to this point of Yarde. Yarde talks about the 4 losses he's had this year with family members. Listen, a loss is a devastating thing, and it leaves you hollow inside. You know, there's more than 4 losses that Yarde has had to deal with this season. It's been a year. He's had the loss of his belts, arguably now the loss of his trainer and his team. You know, quite literally, the message to Yarde might be to cut all your losses and move on. Is there any saving grace for Tunde Ajayi? What would be the reason of staying with Tunde? You failed at Commonwealth level. You failed at world level. Does the system even work at the highest level? Can Yarde afford to have yet another defeat like this? His stock has been severely damaged by the 2 defeats. And not only that, Yarde internally, you just know inside yourself when something ain't right. When Tunde was making the comments about Andre Ward, like, you're like, really? I love Tunde and stuff, but you have to say things as it is, you see. And for you to go and start talking about Andre Ward, one of my favorite fighters, period, right? For you to say things like Andre Ward, a man who'd move up in weight, won the World Super Series type championship, you know what I mean? Fighting some of the best guys in the superweight division, moved up to light heavyweight, and then beating Kovalev. I mean, you know what I mean? That was an accomplishment itself. Andre Ward is a class act. If you say Anthony Yarde is better than Andre Ward, I mean that takes a lot. People are listening to this, and Anthony Yarde has to sit there and listen to the things Tunde is saying, and he might not be in agreement with it. And if he's not in agreement with the way things are set out in terms of strategy, and he's saying, well, screw all this stuff, I'm going to go out and attack. I'm just going to go out and try and knock men out, because he was inspired by Mike Tyson, Anthony Yarde. And you think about, he's a man in the community as well. He's a man in the community, you know. A lot of young people look up to Anthony Yarde. I mean, he's a really likable dude, really nice guy, he's like, you want to call about a people's champion in the community. He is that guy. No smoking, drinking, or drugs. He's a really nice guy, dedicated to his art, to his thing. And I catch Yarde walking out of a club at Saturday night drunk, and you're not going to get him caught. He's a really cool dude, really nice guy. But ultimately, you're known as a boxer. And when people are now ridiculing you about your trainer, ridiculing you about your training methods, ridiculing you about, I told you so, and then you yourself, people are saying these things, and you looking around, you have to ask yourself the question. And if you're absolutely honest, Yarde is the real. He's the pinnacle of that gym, or he's the pinnacle of that setup. He really is. Tunde's put his life and soul into Anthony Yarde, has brought him through, but to the point where, well, how far can you take me? Okay, we've got this far together on a journey, unks, but what next? What next? And then Anthony has to take some responsibility himself. It's not all on the trainer. There's some responsibility Anthony Yarde has to take up on himself. The difference between a good fighter and a great fighter was Floyd, and even Joe Kawasaki, Andre Ward, guys who are able to, when things are not working out in a fight, make the adjustments and make those changes. Make the adjustments and make those changes. And Yarde couldn't do it in 2 fights. 2 fights. He said, looking back on the fight, it might have been a bit closer. Lyndon Arthur won the fight. He won the fight with a jab. Say what you want about the right hand. Even I think Lyndon Arthur hit him with some cracking right hands. For somebody who'd injured his right hand, he hit with some cracking right hands. But the question is, Anthony Yarde if you look at the end of the Kovalev fight, when Yarde was going to say, Tunde was going to say something, and Yarde said, no. There was a dispute in the corner there as well. And then Yarde's come out and said, look, I've told Tunde off. I've had a go at Tunde. That's not boding well when your fighter is telling the trainer off, and he's also the manager. It's not good. It's not good. And if you've had a guy that's managed and is training you, and you're going to go into 2021 with Tunde as your manager, about potentially bringing a new trainer in, that's not good. Because you're basically saying to Tunde, look, you know what? I don't think you're the man of job for me. I don't think you're the man for me. And I don't know how Tunde's pride or ego is going to deal with that. I think if they're going to cut, it should be a clean cut. And if there's going to be resolution, then some changes need to be made. And all that stuff they're doing in the gym with him and Ade, play sparring and lions in the camp, that stuff has to stop. Right? That stuff has to stop. And I would suggest, for me, even if it was me working with Anthony Yarde, there has to be a clear defining road on the way back. I think that a win over Joshua Buatsi in a statement fight, that's what they should build towards the future. A fight against Joshua Buatsi. He is beatable for me, and Yarde has to start to beat him. But if he's talking about stripping that style back, the shoulder rolling, the picking the punches, the allowing a person to bounce around the ring and not cut off the corners and close the guy down and step to man, that stuff's going to continue. Is it going to continue? He's going to strip that back. What is Anthony Yarde going to look like? He's done all his fights, how many fights he's had, based on his style. So that's a retraining and a rebuilding. Working with a new trainer. And then finding the trainer and you and the trainer's going to gel. Is he going to go to Tony Cisse? Because Tony Cisse was his amateur coach. And his amateur coach, Tony Cisse, was where he had successes in the ABAs. Or the ABAs, or the Haringey Cup Box Cup. So would he go to Tony Cisse? That would be close to home. Cisse, if I'm right, Cisse does train over at Pickett's Lock. I know he does some fitness work. I've seen him a couple of times, Cisse, over Pickett's Lock, but I've also seen him down at the Peacock Gym. How's that going to work out? The dynamics there. If you want my honest opinion on what I think Anthony Yarde needs to do, I think he needs to leave England. I think he needs to leave England. I think he needs to go abroad. And I think he needs to do what Nigel Benn did. When Nigel Benn got beat by Michael Watson, just being a big punch alone wasn't enough. So he went to America and he went on the road. And I think that's what Yarde has to do. Go to America, go on the road, maybe year or two on the road in America. Have your fights in the States. Maybe I don't know what happened with him. I don't know if that's possible because he's still with Frank Warren. But I don't know if how Frank would bring him back. But maybe leaving, going to the States. I'd like to see maybe Yarde sign with someone like sign with PBC. I'd like to see him sign with PBC. I'd like to see him work out in the States. Get a good trainer out in the States. Just quiet for a while. Build his confidence back up. You know what I mean? I mean, that first defeat was bad, but against Lyndon Arthur, a man that you felt that you were going to beat up and knock out and do this and that, and the devil knows what with, that would have hurt your confidence so much, I think. And Yarde's a confident man, but you can't have confidence when you're looking around you and having doubts around you. If your trainer is bringing doubts to your mindset, if your corner, remember your corner are your eyes. Your corner of your eyes, yeah? So they're your eyes. They are the ones to spot and say, this is the moment for you to go for the knockout, or this is the moment for you to tuck up tight, or this is the moment you need to look out for the guy's right hand, his left hook, his jab. The corner are almost your guide. They're your guide in the ring. They're the guys that when you come back to corner, go, right, okay, so what's going on? What's going on? Okay, look, the guy's coming out. He's using a double jab. We need to do something. We need to step in quicker. You need to double up your own jab. Move towards your right more. Move to your left-hand side. Let's move away from the jab. Let's pull back and throw the right hand over the top. Let's do some more feints. You know, you're looking for different ways to get inside, different ways to get past the jab, setting up your own jab. You mean that's how important your corner is. But if your corner are blind and you're going out there, yeah, and you're going out to fight, and you go back to the corner and you sit down, and the corner give you some crazy advice, or they give you some advice that just is not working for you, why have you got them in the corner? Nah, forget Freddie Roach. Out the question. No chance. No, Freddie Roach is not the man. Derek James would be good for Yard. I think Ronnie Shields would be good for Yard. I think Virgil Hunter might be good for Yard. In fact, Virgil Hunter might be very good for Yard, depending on Virgil Hunter's health. I think he's a very good trainer there as well. You know, I even would love to see Uncle Bashir working with Yard. I mean, you've got the experience there. You've got the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding. I think they do really well because Yard's a student of the game. He's a student. But I don't know. The question I would like to ask Anthony Yard is, how much have you been tormented internally by what's been going on around you? How much have you agreed with the technique and the stuff Tunde's been showing you? How much do you believe that technique and the way you're going about things would make you a world champion? The sounds are great. It looks good in the gym, but does it act? Do you really believe this is what it takes to become a world champion? Anthony Yard's not the kind of man that's going to sit there and be a loser. Do you understand? Anthony Yard's the kind of man who get knocked out trying to win. He's a winner. I used to go to school with a guy who looks a lot like Anthony Yard, right? But they were so similar. They even look alike. This guy's name's Anthony Stanford. I used to go to school, in elementary school, and Anthony Stanford was a big guy. I mean, he was quite bigger than most of the guys in school at the time, right? He was a big guy, but you know, all the girls loved him. He had the same sort of smile as Anthony Yard, and guys feared him. Girls loved him, but he was a real humble guy, real nice guy, full of jokes, full of confidence. He had everything going for him. Unfortunately, I think he got himself on the wrong side of law as he got older, and I don't know what happened to Anthony since. But Anthony Stanford, and I look at Anthony Yard, they're men that have big ambitions and big dreams, and they will do what they have to do to get there, and they will let nothing and no one stand in their way. And the fact that Yard has stayed this long with Tunde, with loyalty to Tunde, when I think he may have been approached before by different people, before he could maybe justify and say, you know what, now, okay, the Kovalev fight, he made a mistake. But you come back and see the same thing again? And then you look at the Dex Spellman fight and think, do I really need my trainer to be telling me how to beat up Dex Spellman? I mean, I beat Dex Spellman up for fun. Do you understand? So it's just how, you know, you see the talent is there in Yard. I believe Yard is a talent that has been untapped, personally. And I think a different corner that night against Kovalev would have beat Sergey Kovalev. Yes, I'm saying it. Anthony Yard could have beaten Sergey Kovalev that night with a different team. Why? Because I said before the Kovalev fight, if Yard gets inside of Kovalev and doesn't stand on the outside and tries to box Kovalev, he will knock Kovalev out. But if he stands on the outside and he allows Kovalev to dictate with a jab, Kovalev will beat Anthony Yard. Stevie Wonder could see that if Yard stood at the end of the jab against Kovalev, he was going to get beat. Again, I said, if you haven't learned the lessons from the Kovalev fight and you do that same rubbish against Lyndon Arthur, you will get beat. And if somebody can come back and tell me that Anthony Yard looked better against Lyndon Arthur than he did against Sergey Kovalev, same things happened. Couldn't get past the jab, being out jabbed. Same sort of pace for most of it, following Lyndon Arthur around the ring. And then we saw, if you look at the 12th round of Lyndon Arthur against Anthony Yarde, look at the 8th round of Anthony Yarde against Sergey Kovalev, what happened? Same thing happened. Yarde jumped to the top of the guy, started throwing punches at him, hurt him. Didn't stop him, did he? Managed to see the bell. In this case, it was the 12th round that Yarde decided to jump on Lyndon Arthur. So the team of Anthony Yarde solely believed that they just had to get to point to win the fight because they were the A side. And even now, the whole situation with Frank Warren, because Frank would have paid money to bring Lyndon Arthur in to fight Yarde. The idea was Yarde beats Lyndon Arthur. That was the plan. That's how it was being sold. It didn't work out that way. So you had the Kovalev dream destroyed. You've had now the Lyndon Arthur dream destroyed. And you've made it look like a laughing stock. And what you're left with? No belts. And your career in tatters. Really, really is. And you're saying it's going to be a rematch. Well, if you take the rematch, the same thing can happen or worse if you have the current setup. So something has to change. Something has to change. You know, how many chances are you prepared to give? I mean, the world's elite. I mean, God forbid if Yarde was going to ring against Beterbiev or Bivol or Joe Smith. I mean, he needs to have obviously he's having a serious think. And why would he be terminating with Tunde? And is he going to terminate him as a manager and promoter, or manager and trainer? Is he going to stay in the UK under another trainer? Who would the trainer be that would suit his style? I sincerely hope that Anthony Yarde, with all the people talking to him around him, have actually got good advisors. I'm not talking about your mum and your best mate and your buddies around you. That they are not advisors. I'm sorry, they're not advisors. Yes, they may give you emotional support. They may give you, why don't you go with this trainer? No, they're the last people you want to be talking to. You want to be looking at things in a very clinical fashion and looking at, okay, what trainer A suits my mindset and the person that I am. I train hard. I train diligently. I work hard. I've got good ethics. What trainer is going to get the best out of me? And let's look at the history of these trainers. Let's line them up in a room in the UK. Let's line them up in the UK, the ones in trains in the UK, and what they've done at world level. And that would be my advice to Anthony Yarde. If you're going to leave Tunde, okay, so you could be walking from the frying pan into the fire. You know, oh, I'm going to start again. And I'm going to go to Sky. Yeah, well, that's really going to make a difference. You'll get more. You might get more viewership. Great. You'll get more people seeing you get knocked out. So it's just a matter of the decisions you make. Are you going to go with an old school trainer that's going to give you boxing fundamentals? What do you want to do? Are you going to be just all out guns blazing and you're going to be a power punching brawler? Is that what you want to do? And do you believe that if that's your ideology, that's what you think? Do you believe that that's what it takes to become a world champion? And what is your evidence to prove that style of fighting will get you to becoming a world champion? Or are you gonna, look at the British trainers around, the ones that get thrown up? Dave Colwell, who else? Shane McGuigan, who else? Adam Booth, that'll be a popular one. Adam Booth. You could kind of see Adam Booth working with Anthony Yarde. And the only reason why I say that is because, again, Yarde's got that, the way his muscles are built and the way he is. And you could kind of compare that to a sort of miniature David Haye. And you could see that there. You could see how a Haye style with Yard might work, but Yard's feet are not as light as Hay, and Hay had pretty decent footwork, you know. And George Groves was okay, flat-footed, but he was a puncher. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to go Adam Booth. Adam Booth's sort of style would probably be most gelling for Yard. But I don't know. I don't know if that, for me, is the way forward. I think it's kind of moving to the side rather than moving up. Booth has had success at world level with David Hay. He should have had it with George Groves. But he's also had some questionable moments as a trainer, game plans. I remember Mike Perez, when he was training Mike Perez against Bryant Jennings. I remember him with David Hay, the game plan they used to fight Vladimir Klitschko was a shocker. I remember him with Andy Lee, again, an absolutely shocking game plan to try and box with the much better boxer at Billy Joe Saunders. So Adam Booth is a good trainer, but then again, you look at also Josh Kelly, who thinks is the best fighter he's ever worked with, getting completely outboxed and bamboozled by our regular guest Ray Robinson, and not getting the decision, and Josh Kelly being completely left out of his depth. So, regardless if he decides to leave Tunde, or if he does decide to leave Tunde, because the way he's talking, the way Yard is talking, time for change. You know, I had words with Tunde, I had words with Ade. They're not the sort of conversations you have when you're trying to reunite and put things right. They're the kind of conversation you're having when you're looking to terminate the service of somebody. So he needs a fresh start. But I think he needs a, figuratively speaking, a father figure to bring the very best out of him. And so I said, a Bashir would be perfect for Anthony Yard. I think Yard, if I'm Yard, I take my ass and I leave the UK. I leave the UK. You need leave that rubbish behind. All the sniping, the journalists there. Leave the UK behind, bro. They do enough. You know, I never understood why Lennox Lewis spent less time in England and spent a lot of time in America. I never got it. But you know, Americans love their fighters, and they love their sportsmen. The UK don't. The UK love to see people fall, and when they fall, they like to stamp their heads on it. Yard needs to leave the UK, man. He needs to be done with the UK, and he needs to go to America. And they've got so many good trainers over there with a wealth of history. He needs to go with a top trainer and head to the States, certainly. And if he were to go to the States, he doesn't then have to deal with he wouldn't have to deal with some of the rubbish that is within the UK media. I'm just being honest. He'd have to do the rubbish in the UK media and British boxing. Come, have your fights, go home. Yeah, come, see your family. Yeah, love you. Back to America. You understand? So no, I don't. I mean, what improvements can be made? What improvements can be made? You've lost at world level. You lost at British level or Commonwealth level. You could even get the job done at Commonwealth level. That's bare facts. You couldn't get the job done. The 12 rounds when you look like you could have got rid of, but you could have got rid of Kovalev as well, but you didn't, and you lost your belts, and you lost your unbeaten record. So, you know, he needs to be. Yarde is more decisive in what he does outside the ring, so he can be more decisive inside the ring. When he couldn't stop Kovalev and he couldn't stop Arthur, psychologically, I think that's outside the ring. There are things he's not doing right. That's why inside the ring, it's reflecting. So I think, Yard, Anthony, bro, you can say your family is supportive of you. Your family ain't going to fight with you. Your family are not going to go in the gym with you. And your family are not going to teach you how to slip a jab. So keep that family talk, emotional talk to one side. Yeah, they're emotionally supportive for you. Yeah, but you need to forget that stuff. Forget that kind of talk. Get yourself sitting down with someone who is actually an expert in boxing. Sit down and talk to an expert in boxing. And who's not there for the money, he's not there for the fame, but he's actually there for your legacy that you think eye to eye with. You know what I mean? Because you've had a good run with it, Tunde, to be fair. You know what I mean? You've been to the top of the mountain with Tunde, seen Sergey Kovalev, didn't work out, and you've started coming back down the mountain, and you met Lyndon Arthur, and now you're at the bottom of the mountain again. So you have to start again. So you're going to climb back up the same mountain again, or you're going to go around the other side of the mountain and try and come up? That's the question. So now, I mean, you know, some decisions have to be made. Serious decisions have to be made. I'll say it again. I do believe Yard has what it takes to be a pay-per-view fighter. I do. He's got the looks. He's got the personality. He's got everything else. He's just got that missing ingredient at the moment, which is those key wins. And you're only going to get those key wins by making key changes in your team. So now you have to look around. He admitted himself that Tunde had been nowhere near the level of that night when they were at against Kovalev, and he reacted out of character, lack of experience. So there's somebody making a comment here. Tunde, see, this is the thing. That is a typical British mentality. Have to say, under Tunde, Yard overachieved and made a few million. No, Tunde did a damn good job promoting Yard, right? Did a damn good job promoting Yard. And again, I disagree. They need to have a few more fights before Arthur. I believed he needed to get his game plan together. You could have had 10 fights and still done the same rubbish that night. It's not about the how many fights you have. It's about whether you're learning in your fights. And if you're not learning, it's like a record play over and over and over and over, making the same mistakes, which means something has to change. The energy has to change. And how many things have to be changed? You mean, and also the trainer. How much responsibility is the trainer going to take on board all this? If you look at the results, I asked Anthony, do you believe that the system that you're working with and the training and the regimen that you're submitting your body, your mind, your soul, your spirit, and every ounce of sweat, do you believe that this system will make you world champion? Do you believe so? If you believe so, shut your ass, put your head down, and get back to work. And don't be talking about I had a word with Tunde and changes need to be made. Nah. So it's either that, shut your ass, get back in the camp with Tunde and get working and get the wrongs right and fixed, get it right, or leave Tunde, right, and start afresh. And then the responsibility is on you. Because ultimately, Tunde can train you as much as he has to train you, but you have to make a decision in the ring. When Floyd Mayweather fought Shane Mosley, and all that pad work Floyd does and all that stuff, when Mosley cracked Mayweather in the second round of that fight, and Mayweather's legs did a dance, and then Mosley followed with another big overhand right, and Mayweather's leg did another dance. You think he was talking about, was he thinking about pad work? Or was he saying easy work? Was he doing all that stuff then? No. At that point in time, his composure kicked in as a fighter. His wherewithal kicked in. He said, now, I've been here before. I know what I need to do here. And then he held tight. got his wherewithal, and got back to work. And then he came back and he worked Mosley out not to get hit with that same shot again, because Mosley tried that same shot again, and in the end started hitting Mosley back and back Mosley up, and that was the end of Mosley. That was the end of Sugar Shane Mosley, that fight. After that second round, that was the end of Sugar Shane Mosley. That's greatness. Coming through adversity, being composed, making the changes, and then going on to win the fight. Yarde got hit with a jab from the first round to the 12th round. And he did the same thing from rounds 1 to 11. And then thought in the 12th round, I'm going to open up. And came with the same result as he did with the Kovalev fight. So, to me, how good is Anthony Yarde? We've seen how good Anthony Yarde is under this leadership. This is how good Anthony Yarde is. And I wonder what Frank Warren's thinking. Did Frank say, I don't know, because the judges that night, they scored it for Yarde, for Arthur. But yet we all knew the fight was really about Anthony Yarde becoming champion. It was all about Anthony Yarde, the A side, versus Arthur, the B side. How often do we see in boxing that the B side gets a points decision in the A side's backyard? They're both promoted by the same promoter, right? But I mean, the more marketable guy is Anthony Yarde. So, in the context of the history of sport and consistency, usually the guy that's the A-sided fighter that is more marketable and you make more money with is the guy that if it goes to points and it's close, they give it to the other guy, the A-side guy, right? That didn't happen. That didn't happen. So further questions need to be asked. Because we all talk about the sport being corrupt and knowing the result beforehand. This was a turn up for the books. I thought Arthur would have got robbed. I thought he'd go to points, Arthur would get robbed. And he got the decision. That was the biggest shock for me on the night. That Arthur actually went to London and got the decision against the Golden Boy. That's what the shock was for me. So Frank's been around the game a long time. Frank is no mug. Frank is no fool. And don't let that Dubois situation, like I said before, Frank signed Dubois for 5 years. Dubois is a young man. Frank knew, well, Dubois takes loss. He can always come back. And he got beat by Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce is a handful. Should have been a gold Olympic champion. But, Joyce is a handful in himself. So not many people are going to run up and want to fight him anyway. So that's what I think about the whole Dubois Joyce thing. Frank knew that Dubois was going to win that fight. Frank knew, man. Come on. He was chancing his arm, but he knew that Dubois was never going to win that fight. Dubois had never proven he fought anybody. But anyway, so those are my thoughts on the whole Yarde situation. Now, got people in the room. We'll go through their questions one by one. By the way, before I forget, once again, shout out to Ukrainian and Russian journalists, boxing journalists. Thank you so much for covering our interviews with Uncle James Ali Bashir. As you can see here in the comment section, it's all the articles are there that have been written up and more are coming out as we speak. So let's see here. Good evening, CB. Shu says, I can screen it here. Floyd Mayweather, let me get this here. Let's go there. Floyd Mayweather's pad work is something peculiar to him, like his particular form of deep shoulder roll. So far, everyone has tried to replicate. He's got KO'd out box. People have find. Let me go. Find. People need to find their own style. Yeah, well, I think when you talk about Floyd Mayweather, this guy has been doing it since he was a very young boy. Grown men in the gym trying to do what a young boy is doing. Not going to happen. A lot of the great fighters, or the greats in sport, you see they've been doing it at a very early age. So they're muscle memory. They've been doing it for years since very young. Even in cricket, guys like Brian Lara and Sachin Tendulkar, they've been doing this stuff from very, very young, nippers. And then these, guys 15 and 16 want to start doing what Floyd's been doing. It doesn't work. These people like Floyd have got this ingrained in their DNA. Doesn't work. Let's see what's being said here. As much as I think Yarde does need a different trainer, there's a massive difference between Joe Gallagher has been dealt with. Both have now shown they're not up to elite world level yet, only tune their shat on. Well, you know why that is. I know what that is. And I say that they need to leave the UK because it's poisonous. Poisonous, absolutely poisonous. Very few people in the British press I would talk to, because for the most part they're into sensationalism and selling you down the river. And any chance they can to do it, they will. Yarde has a lot of great talent, but I would say he needs to abandon the Floyd Mayweather shoulder roll defense and perhaps take some muscle mass to assist him with endurance. Really? I don't know about all that. I don't know about that. You can have that muscle and still be. It's the exercises you do, and the way you get oxygen to muscles, how you train, how you condition your body. So your strength and conditioning. Who's doing your strength and conditioning for you is key. Marmite, coagulated yeast. That is sure an acquired taste. You're talking about Tunde Ajayi. At the same time, if a trainer is playing role as fighter's mouthpiece as well as trainer, he has to take the stick off if he loses, and then took the praise of Yarde's come up. Yes, but does Anthony Yarde strike you as a person that's not articulate? Does Anthony Yarde strike you as a guy that cannot speak for himself? He doesn't strike that. He can speak for himself. I'll skip that comment. Let's see what's here. It would be a catastrophic failure for Yarde to try to go the KO artist route. What do you do when you throw anything and a guy's absorbed and rolled everything? No plan B? Ask Lucas Matisse. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It is disastrous because he's proven he is. He's trying to go for knockouts. He can't knock guys out when he needs to knock them out at crucial moments. If Yarde looks to Mike Tyson, he should study from 83 to 88 when Tyson was a scientifically defensively responsible fighter with dynamic offense. Do not watch anything after 88 because Tyson decided to just be a big puncher. Yeah, that's it. The Mike Tyson-Marcus Spence fight was a peerless display of Mike Tyson's technical skill and KO power. Remember, 80 to 88, people stipulate that Mike might not have a chin because he didn't get hit. That's it. Best chin is one that don't get hit. Agree with Yarde, style and attributes might need to go to States to fully realise his potential. I don't know why he mentioned Freddie Roach in this discussion. Jake James would be ideal for him. They're heavy in strategy. No, he's not. Freddie Roach has never been heavy in strategy. Freddie Roach, when he was approached about the Manny Pacquiao Marquez 4 fight, he was talking all this nonsense about footwork and everything. He was the reason why Manny Pacquiao got knocked out, because he was telling Manny Pacquiao to go for the knockout against Marquez. So forget Freddie Roach. Freddie Roach is the reason why Manny Pacquiao got knocked out. And most of his fighters got knocked out because he was telling them to go for the knockout. So if you go to Freddie Roach, you're guaranteed to get knocked out eventually. Just imagine being a victim, in a crisis situation, like a car accident victim. I think my legs are broken. Doctor, paramedic, lions in the camp. Well, encouragement. Not everyone performs the same under the lights. Okay. He has mental barriers he's dealing with. He needs confidence, needs to push hard in sparring, work on stamina. Yeah, I think being pushed hard in sparring will improve the stamina anyway, naturally. Work for car moving, I agree. There we go. See this? I think it could be a good sign that they're having some sort of conversation to get out in the open and make improvements if Yard does keep Tunde on. No, it's not good. You don't have conversation like that in public and then ear a man out like that in public and said, I had words with Tunde when a man's already getting eared out by people as it is. That's not the conversation that you have. No, you keep them stuff behind closed doors. How many pound-for-pound fighters in the past have been trained by British fighters? Hurts to say, but if you want to be truly elite, you have to move stateside. That's it. I've been saying it for the longest. It's the same thing for Daniel Dubois. Head to the States, son. Head to the States. I'll skip that one. Okay. Good afternoon, Denise. My love, how are you? Hope that you all is well with you over in the States. Love to know your thoughts on this whole Tunde Ajayi and Anthony Yarde situation. It's known that Yarde does spar and other stars. Do you think Yarde and Tunde have been in a bubble of making, and Yarde is now seeing more of it? The different fighters, different ways fighters are trained. Well, he was with Tony Cisse, so he would have seen. He would have seen. He would have seen. I don't know. What's good, my man? Ah, Uncle Bashir. Great to see you in the room, Uncle. How are we doing? You good? Yarde, Anthony wasn't aggressive when he needed to be, and yet nobody in the corner that night told him to turn up the heat. When you're trying to take the championship, in most cases, it will not happen without taking risks. Totally agree with you, Uncle. I totally agree with you. You want to come in and have a chat about this, Uncle, this Anthony Yarde situation? I don't know how long you've been watching this. I'll just send you a quick link over. You can jump in and have a talk about it if you want. Let me send it to you. Even if you can't make it, then fine. But I'll send you the link over anyway because you're watching. Doesn't have to be long. We can just let's see if I can get you. Here we go, Uncle. Let's send this over to Uncle. There we go, Uncle. I've just sent you a link, Uncle, to your Facebook Messenger. So if you want to jump in, feel free. You can hop on, and we can talk further about this. In fact, here because I think people would love to hear your thoughts on it. I always like the videos. Why can we not see the amount of likes on each video? Oh, don't know. I'll look into that for you. I just came in. So is Yarde leaving Tunde? Well, I think Yarde's talking about making changes, and he said in the interview he had words with Tunde, and he had words with Ade, and he knows changes need to be made, and so off topic. But what do you think of Fury being forced as co-fighter of the year when it was obvious only T.O. shameless ring magazine after the money? Well, I don't agree. The ring trainer of the year, the trainer of the year, as far as BWTM are concerned, is Derek James. Why? 2 unified champions, 2 different weight categories, and brought a guy back from a car accident and fought a top 3, top 4 welterweight. Came back. Teofimo Lopez beat Lomachenko. Okay, but Lomachenko was always overrated. So I've always said he was overrated, but he beat Lomachenko. So that's my thoughts on that. So, Uncle, you coming in or not? Yard needs to relocate in the States. Yeah, I've said it already. Yard needs to come to the States. He needs to come to the States and have some serious conversations. Pack his bags and come to the States. Whether it be Ronnie Shields or Derek James or James Ali Bashir, they're the three that would be in my mind. Agreed. James should have won 2 unified champs. He should have done. Of course he should have done. It just shows you what boxing media is about. Told you, it's pure cancer. I'll wait a couple of minutes to see if Uncle's going to join us. If not, then I will end the show. Yeah, I'm going to go back about a thing about Luke Campbell very quickly. Off topic, but Ryan versus Campbell will have an early start to accommodate to UK. Main event ring walk will be 11 p.m. UK time. Okay. Sounds good, Lauren. Sounds good. Uncle, where you at? You coming? Oh. Taya Harper won Woman of the Year. What? When McCaskill is undisputed. I don't know. That just shows you what's going on. The Ring magazine is completely irrelevant now, owned by Oscar De La Hoya. Yeah, that's my point. Terrible. Yeah, well. Okay, Uncle, I'll send it to you on another. I'll send it to the other messenger. I'll send it to the other messenger for you. This could be a busy night tonight, you know. If people respond, let me see. If you got it, Uncle's got it there. I think you should have seen it. I think you put the other one for you as well. Here's the link, Uncle, for you. So that one. There you go. Set link on both of them for you. Oh, send it on WhatsApp to you. Okay, Uncle. Now he tells me. All right. Bear with me a second. Uncle. Where are we? Ali Bashir. Sorry, Uncle. There you are. Right. There we go, Uncle. Just sent it to you. All right, I just WhatsApped it to you, Uncle. There needs, for 2021, there needs to be, from 2020, we should learn about all the people, all the media outlets that are just either biased or just pure rotten. There we go. Here comes Uncle Bashir. I think. Give him a minute. You've connected. Ah, great. Uncle. How are we doing? Can you hear me? I can see you, but I can't hear you. Oh, you're on mute. You've muted yourself, Uncle. Hold on. Yeah, you have to unmute yourself. Your mic's not connected. Your mic's not connected. Hold on. Your mic's not connected. Hold on. Your mic is not connected. Unmute yourself. Can't hear you. I think so. Almost. Yep.
All right.
How are we doing?
I got it.
So, how long were you listening to my synopsis of Anthony Yarde.
I was preparing to go to the gym. I was just listening in, and I was just listening. I was interested to see what the fans say and the pundits.
Yep.
It's always interesting to hear the fans' perspective because the fans mean so much. They are so truly of value to the sport because without those fans' comments and their insight, boxing wouldn't be as exciting. So many times I sit back and I listen to the show. I'm listening to the fans. I embrace their thoughts. Those of them that are wise enough to make the distinction. You know, and other ones, even the idiots. I embrace them too. You need idiots that have the appreciation for solid fans, knowledgeable fans. So you need idiots, just like boxing needs opponents. Boxing needs opponents because if boxing didn't have opponents, then all the boxers would have to fight. The top level would have to fight each other. I just saw where they said Sean Porter turned down $1 million to box Crawford, and many of the fans are saying, yeah, he got a right and he deserves $2 million, this that, but they're not the ones that's dishing out that money. So the powers that be are saying in so many words that Sean Crawford is a good fighter, but he's not marquee value enough for us to give them more than $1 million. So my answer to that was that I remember when boxers would kill for $1 million. I remember when boxers didn't make $1 million, even close to $1 million in an entire career. So it just goes to show you how times have changed, where you can sit back and say, "Well, I'm not gonna fight Sean Porter. I'm not gonna fight
Crawford.
Bud Crawford. I'm not gonna fight him for $1 million." But so that just shows how times have changed. The powers that be are saying that Sean Porter is not a marquee fighter, which I think that he is a marquee fighter, but he's in no position to say what he is going to do or what he's not going to. Because where else are you going to make $1 million if you don't take the $1 million? If he doesn't fight Crawford, how else or where else can he make $1 million? So my thinking is to do like the old school fighters used to do. They take what they was given by the promoters and they'd go in there and they'd beat the guy. They would beat the guy.
Afterwards.
They would beat the guy and then they'd come back to the promoter and say, now what's up?
Yeah.
I know y'all want to get that win back, so come on back. But this time you got to pay because I'm holding the cards.
Yeah.
And that's a far, that's a long forgotten avenue of boxing because, people, the fans just write me back saying, oh, yeah, but that was a different time. And, you didn't pay for everything equals out at time. More, they make more money, but things cost more. So everything equals out, It still boils down to the fact that fighters yesteryear were fighting. I think we was on a plane headed to Australia. And Aaron Pryor, I was sitting next to the great Aaron Pryor. We was taking his son to Australia to box. And Aaron and I were sitting there talking, and Aaron said that I got $400 for my first professional fight. $400 for his first professional fight. He said, I didn't make $5,000 until I had 12 fights. He said, I didn't make $5,000 until I had 12 professional fights. So it just goes to show you how times have changed. And yesteryear, they'd break somebody's neck, to get $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And now, Sean Porter's in a position, he's comfortable, he has money, made a lot of money, he should have, and I'm sure that he did. So he's in a comfortable position where he can say, well, I'm not going to fight for $1 million. But Rashidi Ellis would take that.
He said he would.
I think that he would.
He said he would.
Rashidi Ellis said that he would.
No, he said he would. I can imagine he would.
Yeah, I think that, and a lot of other welterweights would take that because they haven't made that kind of money. They're not in that kind of position to refuse $1 million. Yesteryear, you know, guys fought 80 fights, 90 fights in a career, and they didn't make close to $1 million. So it depends on who's holding the cause. I guess Sean feels that he's holding the cause, that he doesn't have to take it. But my thinking is that if you don't take that $1 million with the Crawford fight, where else can you get $1 million to fight someone? Where else can you get somebody else going to offer you less than that $1 million to fight somebody like somebody else that's ranked highly? What is he going to get fighting the kid from Philadelphia? What's the kid from Philadelphia that just fought last week?
Boots Ennis? No?
Yeah. Boots
That's
Ennis.
another one. That's another one that's been on this channel. Boots Ennis. When he started his career. Yeah, I pick him young. I'm gonna get him young. I spot the talent early. Boots Ennis.
Boots Ennis can fight. He's a very capable young man. He's very well tempered, well spoken, and he can fight. And he's diverse. He's very diverse. He's very powerful. He's very speedy. I mean, he brings a lot to the dance.
He does.
So you can get in a fight like that and say, "Damn, I should have took that $1 million to fight Crawford." Because if he gets into a fight with Boots Ennis, it doesn't have to end up the way he thinks it's going to end up. I'm telling you, I've seen the kid. I've seen him. He can fight.
So what are your thoughts on this whole Yarde Tunde Ajayi situation? I've said that if he's going to stay with Tunde, he should never have done that interview. Because if he said that, it's like you're my trainer, and I turn around and say to you, I say in an interview, well, you know what, I told James Ali Bashir, I heard words of James Ali Bashir about my performance. I heard words about the game plan. I mean, to me, if I'm having words with you, I think it's time that I need to be cutting out of that relationship and going to another trainer, personally speaking.
Well, like I said before, boxers do not conduct their careers the way all other businesses conduct their careers. They don't stand up for their position. Now, they're the guys that's going in the ring. They're the guys that's taking all the knocks and broken jaws and broken hands and injuries and stuff, but they don't have the balls to stand up and say, "Listen, I'm not going to tolerate this, and I'm not going to tolerate that." I gave the opportunity. That opportunity didn't work out. Now you can stay on as my manager, but I have to go out and call another trainer. I remember speaking to the late Howard Davis. Howard Davis Jr. and I, we were very, very close, all the way into the time that he passed away. And he told me, he said, "You know what, Bashir?" He said, "The hardest thing that I've ever done in my boxing career." I said, "What was that?" He said, "Walking into my father's room and said, 'Dad, I got to get another trainer.'"
Wow.
Yeah. He said that was the hardest thing that I ever did because I knew that it was going to break his heart, And he said that he came and his father turned to him. I forget the nickname. They had a nickname that he used to call Howard. It'll come to me later on, but it's not there in my mind now. He said, "Hey man, everybody got to do what they have to do." He said he turned back over and went back to sleep. And he said, "I remember leaving that bedroom with a heavy heart. I wanted to keep him on, but the father said it was best that he moved out the way completely."
Wow.
That's what Howard Davis Jr. told me. I had a lot of intimate conversations with these guys, Tommy Hearns, Howard Davis, and Aaron Pryor. When I was with these guys, I always had intimate conversations. Milt McCrory, every time I was with them, I always picked them. I asked different things, I told Milt McCrory one time the best fight I ever saw him fight was the fight where he fought Mike McCallum. And Milt told me, he said that, well, I wasn't at my best. I did this. But from where I was sitting at, you did a fine job against a beautiful fighter, you know. But, you know, everybody has their own perspective, you know.
I mentioned earlier on in the show about Yard talking about, his support and his friends around him advising him. I said, my thoughts are they're the wrong people to be talking boxing with. You need to be talking to a boxing scholar about boxing, and getting your advice from them as to what to do with your career, not with your friends and family, because they don't know about boxing. They might see you fight and might know a few things, but they're not the ones that
Well,
should.
Vladimir Klitschko and Lennox Lewis, they had the right concept. They came in with Emmanuel Stewart and they cut their ties with everybody and everything. They came in and Emmanuel Stewart was the guru. He didn't compete with nobody.
That's it.
Emmanuel Stewart was the guider. He was the provider. He said what was going to go and what wasn't going to go, and they embraced their teachings and they returned to their former stature. You know, if Anthony Yarde decides to break, he has to cut the umbilical cord. He has to cut it. He has to cut it. If he wants to go on, he has to cut the umbilical cord. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with the management part. Okay, fine. If Tunde wants to remain as manager, and that's between him and Anthony. But Anthony can't go to another trainer and be mindful that time is of the essence. Every second that he hems and haws and goes back and like lovers do, you break up with a woman break up with you, and then you go back 5 years later, 2 years later, and then you stay with another 18 months, and then you break up again, and then you're hemming and hawing, and you're still sleeping with each other. Stuff. No.
Nah, that's a clean break. I said to him, he needs a clean break and head to the States. Pack his bags, head to the States, find a trainer. I've suggested 3 trainers for him: Derek James, Ronnie Shields, and yourself.
Yeah, he has to make up his mind. I think that when he comes, he has to be ready to be refocused
Mm-hmm.
and adapt to things that needs to be in his career and refuse those things that doesn't need to be in his career. But he can't. Or I'm telling you, it doesn't make a difference about the geographical situation. It's the mindset.
Yes.
All right? It's the mindset. The geographical thing is not a big thing. You just got to get away from London.
Uh-huh.
You got to get away from London.
That's what I said.
Wait a minute. He can go somewhere else in
The
Great Britain.
mindset of
It's
London
the
is still with him out there. You need to leave that London mindset with him. Leave all that. Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Gran. Thank you, all these people. Love you. Off to America, like how Lennox Lewis did. Pack your bags and go. Nigel Benn did it. Pack your bags and go. And on the hard road in America for about a year or so, 2 years.
Anthony Yarde, like you said, Anthony Yarde is a good-looking young man. He's an intelligent young man, and he's got a good work ethic. But a lot of BS that's been put in his head about what he needs to do inside the boxing ring is just that. It's BS. All right? The shoulder roll and the pity pat, slippy slap shit, stop that. Stop that. Because that's not going to aid him going forward. He needs to get in a position where he can apply his skills that's going to benefit him.
Okay. If Anthony Yarde was watching this video right now, what would be your message to Anthony Yarde?
Sit down, contemplate what he wants to do. Sit down and contemplate exactly what he wants to do, and then apply it. Apply it. When you're a boss, you got to make hard decisions. You got to your decisions are not going to please everyone, but you're making the decisions to make yourself better. Like I said, time is of the essence. He needs to sit down and collect himself and say, you know what, I need a new trainer. But these guys. I sent you something earlier about Frankie Lyles. You read that?
Yes.
Frankie Lyles said that he went to the Kronk gym. He went from the Kronk gym. He went to the Goosens. From the Goosens to Freddie Roach. He was bouncing all over the place because he was looking for productivity. The Kronk gym promised him a lot of fights, only to have the fights fall through at the last moment. And I've seen that there. I've seen that before in different gyms. But it takes a lot of concentration to make fights. If you got a star fighter, then you have to concentrate on moving that star out of point A to point B. You can't just keep making promises and failing them. That's why he left the crop, because Emmanuel was all over the place. Emmanuel had a lot of stars, and that's why I've always been very, very leery about getting involved with promoters that had a lot of stars, because I said, this is not a good picture, because when you got a lot of stars, how can you concentrate on moving one guy forward?
5 fighters. So one trainer said to me, I was in America. He said, I only work with 4 to 5 fighters maximum. And I try to keep it down to 4 because that's my energy I need to put into those fighters.
I like it when I'm working with 3 fighters.
Okay.
I like it when I'm working with 3 fighters. I can handle 3 fighters. At any stage in my career, I've always wanted to work with 3 fighters, preferably 2.
Whoa.
Preferably 2, because then I can give my full devotion to what I'm doing. I'm not just out there trying to make dollars and cents. I'm taking pride in what I'm doing. I'm putting my heart.
So, would your services be available if Yarde decides to cut ties with Tunde? Would you be open to working with Anthony Yarde, the fighter?
Anthony Yarde would have to declare to me. He would have to make me understand, because I'm like Emmanuel. I worked with Emmanuel close to 17 years, and I learned a lot from being in his association. Emmanuel did not take no stuff. Emmanuel said, listen, if you're gonna come and learn from me, then you got to come and learn from me. You got to cut ties. He'd have to cut ties with Tunde, and I don't know if he can do that at this point, because Tunde and anybody else in that camp, people are always going to be trying to circumvent what the new trainer does. Well, he's doing this wrong. Well, that's no good for you. Nah, this is not good for me. This and that. This and that. This and that. I said, like I said before, Jonathan Banks was the trainer for Vladimir Klitschko. I trained Vladimir for a few days, and every time that Emmanuel would leave the camp and go to HBO, he left Vladimir for me to train. He'd tell me what to do the night before he left. Say, all right, I'm going to be gone for a week, or 2 weeks, or whatever the length of time he was going to go. He said, this is what I need you to do. And then I would go out and do it. I would go out and do it, and I would apply myself. So when I started training Vladimir came to me, I think about the 3rd day, says, well, I told Vladimir, I said, listen, don't put so much pressure and power on your jab. Or don't put so much pressure on your right hand. I said, just, touch him with the jab. Just touch him. Don't try to make so much power on it, And I said, sometimes take a half step back and try to counter with the right hand. I was telling them different things, to be respectful in your approach. Because a lot of times a scared guy will hurt you out of fear. Scary fighters have that knee-jerk reaction, and you don't want to get hit with those punches. So I would tell them to be cautious, go in behind your feints. Use a jab, a feeling out jab, before you put the pressure on the jab. And Vladimir said to me, well, they better watch out for me. They better watch out for me. So I knew somebody had been trying to
Walk us
influence
through it.
his thinking. I knew somebody in the camp was trying to influence his thinking. I said, no. I said, no. I'm not saying they don't have to watch out for you. I'm just saying be cautious about approaching scared fighters. Go in behind a cautious jab because these guys will hurt you. All right? And I maintain that. I'm saying that to you again. But I knew somebody was tampering what his thinking. I don't know who, but I knew somebody was tampering. You know, and I stand by that teaching to this day with the fighters I work with now. I tell them the same thing. Get behind a jab, get behind a feeling out jab, a medium jab, but you don't want to put your full force on the jab because you got to be on your front foot. And when you're on your front foot, you're committing. You're committing, and it's a good boxer can counter that.
So
So
all
I would be able to work with him. I like him. I don't even know him, but I could tell that I would like him. But he'd have to be willing to make certain concessions to me. It's not me just making concessions to him. He'd have to be able to make concessions to me. I'm not in the mode when Emmanuel was there and he's training Gerald McClellan, Tommy Hearns, and all these guys that I saw come through the door. They listened to him wholeheartedly. All right. The other guys, Luther Burgess, Walter Smith, Floyd Logan, those guys were like gurus in the Quran. So everybody listened to them. Everybody respected them. Nobody turned away from them because those guys were like gurus in the Quran. Yeah.
right.
But when they went to the dance, it was Emmanuel Stewart.
Right. So with all the stuff Tunde has done with Yard over the years, how easy or difficult would be with all that muscle memory for you as a trainer to now step in and change that? And Yard's talking about being a power puncher, going back to what he did in the amateur days.
It wouldn't be hard to change that. It wouldn't be hard to change that. You just feed them another diet. And if they like the diet, it's just like food, When you eat second class food, and then you eat some other food, say, wow, I like this here. And you discard that other one. So it wouldn't be hard.
Even with all that muscle memory and the muscles and the way he's been throwing punches over through the years and the mentality.
No, I got a venue to break that. I got a venue to break that. The same way that Emmanuel did with Lennox Lewis and Latimer Klitschko. And nobody is as muscular as those two guys. So
I can't now imagine a guy like Anthony Yard being conventional, stick behind a jab and boxing. Now, to imagine that now of Anthony Yard would be peculiar.
I'd show him some things that would complement that. I'd show him some things that would complement that power. Being a power puncher is fine. I tell that to Flatsarenko all of the time. Being a power puncher is fine. But remember, it's a two-way street. There are a lot of other power punchers out there, Better Bees and company, that can punch too. So that's not a bad idea, but it's not always a good idea to put your lock, stock, and barrel in that because there are other guys out there that can punch too. And when they hit you, you say, "Oh shit! Now I got to box." It all comes back to boxing. Once you get hit hard, then you say, "Man, I got to learn how to box. I don't want to be getting hit like that there." So that reckless power punching and stuff is fine. But remember, there's other people out there can punch too.
He said that, at one point you think, you know what, screw all this stuff I've learned. I want to go back to what I did in the amateurs, which was just a man that went out and took out people like a beast. I want to go back to beast mode and I want to forget all this boxing. So it sounds like he's had an internal battle and he's disillusioned with boxing per se. But
well, in the fight that he had with Arthur, he didn't do much of anything. He did just a lot of gyrating with his body, making poses and bending and bobbing and twisting and turning, but he didn't do nothing. saw that reckless. I'm just gonna go out there and be reckless. I said, look, there's an upside and there's a downside, but it all leads back to boxing. Do you know how to box? Do you know when to hold them and know when to fold them? That's the whole thing that it boils down to. And I'll stand by that there, speaking to any trainer in the business. It's all going to come back to the application of boxing. You see, the big guy, Ronnie Shields guy,
Yes.
Joffrey. You see that
Exactly.
he ran up on a guy that he had out. All right,
And he got clocked.
Iago Kalaji. He had the guy out, and suddenly, bam, and he's on his back, and he was hurt, and he was hurt. He was hurt when he hit that floor. Why? Because he thought that he had the guy, and he was much bigger than that guy, much stronger than that guy, but he got cracked, and he was down. So, you know, there's an upside and there's a downside to that. I don't like that mentality that you're going to go out slugging and this and that, because so many other guys out there can slug. I like it when a guy knows how to box along with the slugging. You can pick your spots and places to slug, but you can't pick your spots and places to box. Either you're a good boxer or you don't. You don't know how.
So what about yourself in terms of, so let's take Anthony Yarde out of the equation for a second. Let's just say a British fighter. How do you work with a British fighter? Because relocation, does he have to come and live in America? Would you come and spend time in Europe? Would it be a back and forth situation? How would that work with you in the arrangement with yourself for a British fighter?
Yeah, we could work it back and forth, you know? We could work back and forth. You know, we form an alliance. I'm an easy guy to work with. I don't like to work with wise guys, smart asses. I don't want to do that. I don't have to. With 51 years behind me, I don't do that no more. I did that as an apprentice early on, and believe me, I had my work cut out for me in that Kronk gym. All right, that Kronk gym gave me a insight. You know, insight, because the guys that I was working with would come to Detroit because they knew I was working with Emmanuel. Emmanuel got me an apartment, and I lived there in Detroit. So the guys that was working with me, they would come from New York, Florida, Texas, or wherever they came from. They came there to work with me. Very seldom would I go to other states to work. You know?
So if a British fighter was to come and work with you, they would have to come to America?
No, I'd come to Britain.
Of course you'd come to Britain.
Yeah, I'd come to Britain. Because I'm a firm believer, that geographical locations don't make the fighter better or worse. I see the fighter say, "Well, when I came to this country, I knew I had to knock him out." No, you don't. Alexander Usyk has proven that every time he steps in the ring. How many countries has he went to win those titles?
Yep, exactly.
They said him going to Russia, he's going to lose. And as it turned out, that was the easiest fight that he had with the hardest puncher in the division. He was in there with the hardest puncher in the division. And the fight was that much more easy. So it boils down to mentality. If you're going into I know I got to get a KO because I'm being there. That's just an excuse because there's only two people in the ring outside of the referee. You can't go thinking like that there. You got Anthony Yarde said that he thought he knew in Russia, that I'm going to have to knock it. No, you don't. All you have to do is have confidence in what you've done in your training.
Yeah, but if you lack confidence in your team.
Yes, I knew. And the team probably was putting down his image. We got to get a knockout to win this fight. No, you don't. All you have to do is know how to box.
But if he
look, when I went to Poland with Alexander Usyk,
yep.
I said to Usyk weeks before we went over, I said, all we have to do is go in there and know how to box. Know how to apply the strategy that I'm giving you, and we'll get this here fight. We'll win this fight. And then I think the third or fourth round, Usyk looked up at me and said, "This is easier than I thought."
That's because there's a strategy and a game plan in place. And
He said to me, "This is easier than I thought."
But that's because there's a game plan in place,
He
Uncle.
expected more from Glowacki, whatever his name is.
You took Glowacki's strengths away from him.
Yeah.
That's part of utilizing an effective game plan.
Yes.
But going and fighting a man that's more experienced than you and standing on the outside of a jab looking at him and letting him jab your head off all night long and expecting to win a fight like that, well, of course you're going to lose a fight on points. You're your own worst enemy.
Well,
I'm no professional coach, but he knew from early on he was never going to win the fight from outside on a jab. Step inside.
Alexander Usyk was having fun. He told me in the 8th or 9th round of that fight that I'm having fun. I said, well, go out there and pour it on him. If you're having fun, don't hold back on it. Go out there and pour it on. And you can see after the 7th or 8th round, I don't know, I can't remember which one it was. Look at the video and you'll see after those rounds how he started moving stuff. He started moving and he was having a good time out there. He was having a good time out there, you know? So it just boils down to who's getting into the fighter's head prior to the fight.
You know something? The other person, I think, and it's actually on the same promotional under Frank Warren, Daniel Dubois. Anthony Yarde, Daniel Dubois, and Vlad Tsarenko. What a fancy three that would be.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Dubois is another one that needs you.
I'd love to train Daniel Dubois. He's a good guy. He's a good guy, you know. I can get it. He's receptive.
That's what I'm saying. These are receptive guys. Unfortunately, these receptive boxers go to trainers that are not that good. That's what happens.
Yeah, they go there and they act like they
But I don't get it. When you go shopping, you don't go and look for the things that are. You look for the thing, or you go to doctors. You look
rare.
Well, you go for good. You look for good stuff. You try and shop for good stuff, or you go for stuff you go to doctors proven. Or you're going to get your car fixed. You go to a guy who knows who's going to fix your car, who's good at fixing your car. Reputable. But for some reason in boxing,
it's not like that.
It's not like that. You go to guys who've got dodgy CVs, who've not proven themselves at world level. They've never gone there, and you're like, yeah, that's the guy I'm going to go to because this person, the promoter, the fans. you know it, Uncle.
It's funny. That's funny. You know, it's funny. But it's funny. It's funny, but it's very true.
And it's sad, and we lose a lot of potentially great fighters because of that.
It's very, very true. Because in boxing, they don't separate friendship and loyalty. They don't separate that from
personality trainers. That's what it is. Nothing to do with the actual quality of the trainer, but the personality. I saw him do some pads. He trained this guy.
Yeah. Well, much of boxing is based on fancy pad work now. That's the going price, you know. If you can, you know, it has nothing to do with the application or the direction of the advice being given in the corner. It has nothing to do with it. And most of the people in boxing now are famous for that. They associate this pad working. It's going to get a lot of people hurt.
You know, and it's interesting.
A lot of careers.
You listen to a lot of these fans, yeah, they actually destroy a lot of fighters because if you listen to the instructions, they're like, yeah, go with this trainer, go with that trainer. You listen to those trainers in the corners, and they give terrible advice.
Terrible advice.
And I think these are the eyes of these fighters. I said, do you actually want these fighters to actually become world champions? Do you actually want these guys to be great fighters? You are hampering these fighters.
You know,
I remember watching Adam Booth right? That's just one example. Adam Booth in the corner of Mike Perez against Bryant Jennings. And I remember Adam Booth, he's behind on points, Mike Perez, and Adam Booth is telling him, relax, relax. And this is about in round 9. Was it around 8 or round 9? This is a 10-round fight. He's behind on points. Jennings is outworking him. And then they wonder why Mike Perez gets beat by Bryant Jennings. He has Andy Lee against Billy Joe Saunders. He tells Andy Lee to box the far superior Billy Joe Saunders. Instead of put the pressure, step to Billy Joe Saunders and let him feel your power. No, box Billy Joe Saunders. He's boxing Billy Joe Saunders and gets dropped twice by Billy Joe Saunders. Trying to box Billy Joe Saunders. And he's the bigger puncher in there. It's things, fundamental things like this. It seems boxing fans need to forget about all that stuff and say, he's a good trainer. But it's like a doctor who has over and over again failed, killed people with medication, but you go back to him because he's got a good personality. He's a nice guy. But steadily killing all his patients.
But
He keep going back to him all the time.
But he's the chief sponsor for Murderers Inc.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we see him every week on national television. He's still a killer. He'll still kill you, but don't worry. And this seems to be happening all the time in boxing. The guys that have been very successful after defeat, Lennox Lewis, Vladimir Klitschko, they've gone with top quality tricks. Nigel Benn, when he left and he got beat by Mike Watson, he got his ass out to America. I remember him fighting against Sanderline Williams. Goal fought Doug DeWitt, fought Iran Barkley. If he stayed in the British circuit, he'd probably have been fighting God knows who with that same style.
You know, I'm the first to say that every trainer cannot train every fighter, and I'm referring to chemistries. You know, it's just not going to happen. Every trainer can't train every fighter. I've seen a lot of fighters come to the Crown Gym and leave the Crown Gym.
Yeah.
Frankie Lyles was one of them. Because Frankie Lyles couldn't mesh. He couldn't
mesh. Yeah.
With manual. They couldn't vibe.
That's what I said about
nobody wanted to admit that. You know, those people in the Crown, they didn't want to admit that. They just said it was Frankie's fault, you know. But I was observing it from the outside, and I'm saying perhaps it was and perhaps it wasn't. It's not always the fighter's fault. Sometimes it's the trainer's fault. You understand? You just can't make yourself available.
Okay. Can you work with Anthony Yarde, who believes in lions in the camp? This is his motto.
Anthony Yarde, again, is an affable person.
So he's in the gym and he's going, lions in the camp. He's doing that in the eat conference. Obviously, that's what he is. I think at
the end of the day that Anthony Yarde wants to improve. I think in the end of the day, he's not a hard guy to get a message across to. If I go into him and tell him, say, listen, this is what you're doing wrong.
But how much of that, what he's had in his brain being, I mean, he's an affable guy.
No, he's young enough. He's not a beat up old fighter. He's a young fighter. He can still be swayed to do the right things. You'd be surprised when you introduce knowledge to a boxer, how quickly they catch on. In most cases, they'll say, yeah, I like that. They're the first ones to say, I like that. I didn't get this before, you know? And I certainly would give him some things that he doesn't have now. Daniel Dubois, I would give him some things that he doesn't have now, you know? And this is not to badmouth anybody, those trainers that they have now. I'm just different. I'm going to have a different approach, a different application, and a different knowledge. You know, these guys that's out there that's training Daniel Dubois and this other young man, Yard, they just haven't been where I've been. They haven't seen what I've seen. They never experienced what I experienced. And I'm going to bring something different to them should I have the opportunity, you know.
What are the mistakes that Yard could make at this point in time that you would think would be concerning to you with this situation with Tunde, or things he needs to, or pitfalls he would need to avoid as a young man?
Say the question again.
The pitfalls that guys like Danny Dubois and Anthony Yard would have to avoid to get themselves back to the top, or get to the top, should I say?
Well, the pitfalls is the usual things. You know, they'd have to be willing to give up those advices being given to them by outsiders and old affiliations. You understand? Old affiliations. If you're burning a certain type of petrol in your vehicle, and the vehicle doesn't run good with that, but then you introduce the vehicle to a new petrol, you don't go back to sample that because it ran bad then, and most likely it's going to continue to run bad. You stay with the new petrol to drive smoothly.
Right.
You don't go back trying to sample something. You don't go back trying, and you know, it's going to be bumps in the road with the new trainer. It's not going to go hunky dory. You're not going to be exempt from getting punched in the mouth or getting knocked on your ass or maybe even getting cut. But you can't go back to the old guards about, well, this and that, this and that. They're going to say, well, he doing this wrong. He doing that wrong. They're always going to find something wrong with the new training. With the new apparatus, they're always going to find something wrong. They're going to try to whisper in the fighter's ear. Emmanuel used to always tell me, say, beware of the guy who whispers in that fighter's ear. Beware of the association of the fighter, because a lot of times the associated, the one that's in association with it, a lot of times you'd be surprised how much they can sway the thinking of the fighter. Emmanuel always said that to me.
What about loyalty to a trainer through thick and thin? Through thick and thin, I'm riding with this trainer.
Loyalty can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. Most of the time in boxing and in show business, like I've been associated with a lot of singers, famous and some that weren't so famous over the years. Most of the times I see with these entertainers, boxers, and those singers, always 96% of the time they surround themselves with no good, begging ass, leech ass individuals. They always surround themselves with these bad people, and they listen to them. That's the thing that gets beyond me. They listen to them. Whatever they say, they listen to. And these people aren't doing nothing but stealing and lying and cheating from them in most cases. I went to the funeral of the light heavyweight champion of the world, a man that I thank to this day in his grave. I thank him because he gave me my big breaks in the sport. He's the one that took me into Muhammad Ali's camp, and he put me on the kind of the big stage, you know, as a young trainer. Matthew Saad Muhammad, one of the roughest, meanest light heavyweights that ever lived. But outside of the ring, he was as gentle as a lamb. His heart was as good as gold. He'd do anything for anybody. Nice, humble guy. And I said, and I used to get confused. I said, how could this guy be so mean in the ring and be so humble outside the ring? I mean, the guy was humble. The guy was just a beautiful human being. And I worked with him, you know. And this guy would do anything for anybody. but he still would dig down when you asked him to dig down. You could depend on that. Anthony Yard could take a page from Matthew Sard's book. If he see, so I bet you that Tunde never sat down and watched a video of Saad Muhammad with his trainer, with his fighter. You can learn something from watching the old video. That's how Bill Miller taught James Toney, through watching videos. See, a lot of times fighters watch videos and they emulate. They can feel the association from one fighter to another fighter. You know, they can zone out with the trainer there and say, you know, I can do that there, or I'd like to do that, or I'd like to adapt that their way of boxing. It's very, very mind-boggling how these boxers get involved with these people. All right? And I mean some low down, conniving people, and they always, and when they get involved, like I said, I went to Matthew Saad Muhammad's funeral. Those people, all right, those people that were supposed to be so dear to him, I didn't see none of them at the funeral.
Wow.
Not a one. You know who I saw there? I saw one of his greatest nemesis, Alvaro Yaqui Lopez, an old fighter. Alvaro Yaqui Lopez. And if you want to see fights, go to YouTube and watch the two fights between Matthew Saad Muhammad and Alvaro Yaqui Lopez. And you'll see two beautiful, beautiful exhibitions of boxing. And these were 15-round wars from bell to the time of the stoppages. From bell to the time of the stoppages. I was there at the funeral and I did not see those people. None of them were at that funeral. Why? Because Matthew Saad Muhammad was done. Over the hill. No money, you know, virtually homeless.
Wow.
You know, nobody came to that funeral. They weren't there. I know they weren't there because I was there, so they can't say they were there. They weren't there. All of the fanfare is done. You see my point? Everybody is rah, 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 rah. But when the show is over, they say, okay, that's why I stop fights faster than most trainers stop fights, because I don't want to see my guy get injured. Not at no cost. You know? Because I know when it's over, most of those people that's there, they're not going to be
disappear.
They disappear.
Fly by night.
They disappear. They don't care.
Uncle,
they're like fleas on a dog. And they jump
Uncle
from him.
Tunde is listening and watching. So, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, he can learn something. He can learn something. I'm not, like I said before early in the show, I'm not putting Tunde down. I'm not putting Tunde down or Du Bois trainers down. I'm not putting them down, but they can learn something. Every one of us learned from those who came before us.
Mm.
Every one of us come into this world knowing nothing. When we come into the world, we breathe air. When the doctor spanks us on the behind, we start crying. And my mother said to me, when you start crying, you're just saying, oh God, I bear witness that you are God. Now, could you please get me some Gerber's baby food, some diapers, and let's get this show rolling. That's what my mother said to me. And we accept life. You understand? We crying out. We accept in life, but we also accept the death that follows it. At that moment, we saying, God, I accept this life. I know death's going to overtake me soon, but right now I accept life and death. Can I get some Gerbers and some diapers? And that's life. So Tunde Ajayi, you know, and these other guys, Du Bois, and all the other young trainers out there, you can learn from those who came before you, just as I had to learn. But I was humble enough in those years, in these 51 years, I don't know how many times that I asked questions. Why did you tell him that? Why did you do that? Why did you let him do that? You know, I would always ask questions. I would always ask questions. I don't care. I ask them all the time.
But Uncle, I said this at the earlier part of the show, and somebody else brought this topic up before, that there are other trainers, high-profile trainers, that fail again and again and again and again, and get no comments made about them. They can fail at every single level, multiple times, doing the same thing, right?
Well,
And
you know what? I thought that Freddie Roach. I thought
he's a good example. He's a perfect example.
I thought that he made a very, very bad error in the
Marquez fight
versus Marquez.
Well, he's telling Marquez to go and knock out Pacquiao. Well, if he told Pacquiao,
I felt from my position, I don't know, the fans on your station, they can sit back and they can watch that fight.
Yes.
I think that Freddie Roach drove Manny Pacquiao to get KO'd that night. I think that if he had given him another direction, then Manny Pacquiao would have won that fight via knockout, because he was giving Marquez a good beating, even though both of them had tasted the canvas once or twice in the fight. I think it was once a piece in the fight before Pacquiao got knocked out. But I felt that Freddie Roach was putting so much pressure on Pacquiao to go after Marquez, go after him, go after him, go after him, go after him. I felt that Pacquiao was giving Marquez a nice, beautiful beating off the jab, off the straight left hands, the movement. He was boxing Marquez. He was busting him up.
Mm-hmm.
And
Roach said,
Roach kept saying, go after him.
Go for knockout.
Go, blah, 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 blah. And he ran him.
Boom.
Right into a closet. Bam.
Marquez knew it was coming. He'd been practicing that punch over and over. He knew it was coming.
Nobody in the press said anything about the fact.
He had a year, that whole year, that Chavez got knocked out, Khan got knocked out, Pacquiao got knocked out by the same strategy. Go for him. Why?
Because he's a sensational. He's a sensationalist. He wants to have sensational knockouts. Every trainer wants knockouts. But again, it goes back to the conclusion of you got to know when to hold them, and you got to
want to hold them. So Tunde comes back. I think he might have misunderstood what you were saying, but he says you can't put me down because I'm a student and I will be one of those at the funeral. That's the difference between me and the others, sir. No one was there when me and Anthony were sharing each other's shoes.
Yeah.
I'll read it out for you if you want.
Read it out for me again.
Yeah, it says, you can't put me down because I'm a student. I will be one of those at the funeral. That's the difference between me and the others, sir. No one was there when me and Anthony were sharing each other's shoes.
No, I didn't. I never put him down. I never.
No, I thought that it might be a misunderstanding. I don't think you were talking about that in relation to him.
I wasn't talking about him at all. You know.
No, I didn't think so.
No, I was just saying per se. You know, people are always rah when a person is doing. I understand where Tunde is coming from. I did the same thing with Maurice Harris. I did the same thing with Vlad Sarenko. I'm coming from the ground up.
You know what I think we should do? If Tunde wants to, I think we should bring Tunde in the room, to be fair.
Bring him in the room.
I think we should bring him in the room because that's only fair. I think if we're talking about the man.
Yeah, bring him in the room.
Hear what he's got to say.
Bring him in the room.
I know. I said before.
I like for a man to be able to.
He said no. I never said me. I was referring to your brilliant statement. Yeah, let's bring to if you want to, Tunde, feel free to come in the room. I will send you an invite right now via Facebook, so that's fair. Because it'd be nice for you to have you on the show and have your presence on the show. Let me see if I can get this messenger up and send it over to Tunde.
You gotta know when hold 'em, know when to fold 'em.
That's a song, is that not, Uncle? That's a song. Know how to hold them, know how to fold them. There you go. Let's get him here.
Yeah, he passed away. Hey, this is vitamin C.
Yeah, I had my vitamins earlier.
It's the best
we've just sent you an invite to your messenger, so it'd be fantastic to be able to get you in the room and have conversation and dialogue. It'd be great. It'd be absolutely fantastic. WhatsApp me. I just sent on your I just literally sent you on your messenger. All right, hold on. Let me get it for you. You see, so my number's been changed. That's the thing. So annoying. Oh, I've changed my number and changed my phone. That's hopefully I can go in my. It's not there. Oh, where is it? I've changed mine. Right. Tunde, I've just sent you it on Messenger. But if you all you have to do is click a messenger, it'll bring you through. Otherwise, let me think. Wait, hold on. I know what I'll do.
You said all you gotta do is click on messenger and
yeah, I've sent you messenger. What I'm gonna do is
put them in WhatsApp.
I have. But my phone changed. When you change your phone number on when I got the new phone, the number changed over. WhatsApp never. Let me see. It would be great to have Tunde in the room with you, Uncle. I think it'd be amazing.
Mm-hmm. I have no problem with it.
I think Tunde's got. I think he's got it. I've sent him my number as well. So let me see what he does. I've sent him because my phone is. Let me see. Has he seen it? I think he's seen it. So all you have to do, Tunde, is click on it.
Click on what? Click on what?
No, Tunde, not you. Tunde, click on it.
But click on what?
Not you, Uncle.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, click on what? On Messenger, click on what?
On the link. I've just sent him the link to invite him to come in the room.
I clicked on the link and I got a bunch of other stuff, man.
What, in Messenger?
Yeah.
So you couldn't get through that way?
No, I feel more comfortable getting just WhatsApp is so simple.
Oh boy. Well, I've just sent Tunde my new number. So
yeah, well, let's see how simple it is for Sunday.
If he can't get through that way, then what we'll do, I've just given him my number as well. So one way or the other. If he can't get through that way, he's got my number, then I can just WhatsApp it to him. I don't know why my phone is. See, it works this way.
I've been trying to lose weight, I want to try to get away from this pizza, man, but that pizza's calling me now. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That good pizza just called me. Come to me. Come to me.
Just have to wait and see. He has got the link, so he's seen the link, so he has to wait. If you have any issues today, my number's in the actual messenger, so you can always send me your number for your messenger, and I can just send you. Send me your on WhatsApp for your WhatsApp. Anyway, so we will continue. Did you see the articles, Uncle, by the UAE boxing news and the ring?
No.
By the Russian.
But they were in the Russian language.
No, but you can translate them to English. I get them all. I translate automatically my phone from Russian to English.
All right. Well, you
want me to read them to you while we're waiting?
Yeah. You can send it to me. It helps.
Read one. I've posted them in the room, so we can do that while we wait for Tunde to come in the room. Let's see, get the article up. Okay, there's one here. This one was a week ago. So James Ali Bashir, if I were Joshua, I would try to fight Fury in order to fight with Usyk. It says former coach of Ukrainian. Oh, you know what? I can actually just share it. I can share it on the screen actually for you.
Yeah. No, just share it with me.
Oh shit, on screen. Here we go. You see that, Uncle?
Yeah, just share with me. I don't feel like going that right now.
Oh, okay. But we're just waiting for Tunde. I'm just killing time until Tunde comes in.
Just share it with me. I'll look at these little ass words. I'll look at it later.
Okay. All right. So yeah, there's quite a few of them. There's about 3 or 4 articles out there at the moment with yourself. I think he might be trying to log in. I don't know.
He probably having the same problem I was having.
That's what I'm saying.
It's easier on WhatsApp. It's easier for me to come in the room. WhatsApp is really smooth.
That's what I said. Send me a message on WhatsApp, and then I can send it to him. If you can't get in today, just send me a message on WhatsApp, or just let me know if you're coming in or not. It says don't worry, I'll work it out. Tunde says he's going to work it out. So okay, here he comes. Wow, meeting of minds, amazing.
Yeah, sure.
We have Tunde in the room and Uncle James Ali Bashir in the room. I need to step out.
Come on. Dream it, believe it, become it. How you doing, sir?
I need to step out the room with this one. This is amazing.
You know something? Sorry, sir. Mr. Bashir.
Yeah. What can we do to get some pizza in this conversation?
Listen, I don't really jump on lives, because people talk, and so I just let them talk. If anything negatives comes to me, I just block you. I'm not in anything you resist persists. So when someone speaks negatively of me, I just let them go. But when I hear older, more experienced veterans giving thoughts and opinions, Tunde Ajayi will always take note. I've always been like this. So I'm not one of the people that, will hear something from an elder. I mean, my man will back me up. I always quote my father because he's a wise man, and a wise child heareth the instructions of his father. So, Mr. Bashir, I look at you as one of the fathers. So there's nothing that you could say that would make me feel bad or make me feel like this guy is a hater, because I know that all the advice that you give is coming from the right place. It's coming from a good heart. You're a beautiful man, and
yes.
I can only learn from that.
Yes.
When I get my backup is when people who have no experience, no knowledge, haven't even taken themselves out of their environment, let alone take someone else out of their environment, telling me to do something that you have never done. I can't listen to them. And so most of these guys on social media criticizing me, I say it. And I was talking to Anthony just a few days ago. The reason why I speak about myself so much is because none of you will give me credit for taking someone from nothing, from 12 amateur fights. I want you to understand what I'm saying. 12 amateur fights to challenge him for a world title. None of these guys will credit Tunde Ajayi for helping Anthony become the first ever global athlete for Adidas, the brand Adidas. None of you would ever give me credit for that. Not you, Mr. Ali.
Wait, Sunday. I've always given you credit for that.
No. I'm talking about the haters. I'm not talking about my brothers.
You know,
I'm not talking about my brothers online.
Sunday,
So,
Okay.
hold on. So what I'm saying is that, I mean, I could talk forever, but I'm here to listen. That's why I tuned in. I respect you, brother, and I'm as a student, because a real teacher is a student.
Absolutely.
A real teacher is a student, and as a student, I will always listen to what you have to say because I know the correction is coming from a great place. So I leave it there for now.
I had, oh my God, you guys are in a much better position now. But I'm starting. When I found out I couldn't be a boxer, I said, well, I'm gonna be a teacher, and I started in 1969, 1970. And man, criticisms, you're going to get criticisms. You're going to make mistakes because you're a human being. I made so many mistakes, it's not even funny, But I had criticisms from left, right, in front of me, and back of me, all the way through.
Yes, sir.
And I took a guy that couldn't write his name with one hand and turned him into a world-class boxer. And I still had criticism. And even though he kept on beating top fighters, so it's always going to be, don't be discouraged by it. Don't even engage in it, man. You just got to keep going. You got to keep going and try to make your niche in this thing. And then one day, because I ain't gonna be here forever. Everybody got to go.
That's correct.
Everybody got to go. But one thing I'd like to do from this point on, you get my WhatsApp number. You call me any time of day, any time of night, wherever I'm at in the world, because I'm all over the place.
It's done.
And any time of day, and I will share with you everything that I got in my heart, in my arsenal. Everything I got in my heart, in my arsenal. Because my goal now is more so to teach. I want to teach.
Sir.
Like I was telling Ingrid the other day, I said, looking back on my career as a boxing trainer, I made money, I had some notoriety, but looking back, I sometimes I had second thoughts. I said, was it worth it? Because I miss weddings, I miss funerals, I miss birthdays, I miss graduations, and now my sons and daughters they adults now. They're your age.
Yes.
And they're looking at me, and sometimes I say, well, why are you looking at me? They said, no, not just looking at you. I said, okay. And now I start wondering, what are they thinking about me? Because of all that, because of boxing. And then when you get into an atmosphere, you ask yourself, do these people that I put all this time into, will they appreciate what I did? Will they appreciate my sacrifices? You understand? I'm asking myself that. So I ask myself naturally, was it worth it? Was it worth it? That's the thing. And sometimes it brings me to tears when I'm alone. Say, damn, I said, damn, I should have been there. My daughter had her first child. This daughter had her first son. Sometimes it's a blur.
Yes.
We got to go on. I had the privilege and God-given privilege to work with one of the greatest light heavyweights ever in the history of boxing, Matthew Saad Muhammad.
Yes, sir.
And he was
Great fighter. Great fighter.
He was a beast. Tunde, he was a beast.
Yes, sir.
Inside that ring, he was a beast.
Yes.
And I remember years ago, Saad said, from now on, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make these people respect me.
Yeah.
Saad Muhammad was a great boxer.
Yes.
But he lost to Eddie Mustafa Muhammad. And when he
Yes,
lost
sir.
the fight to Eddie Mustafa,
yes,
he said, man, from now on, I got to go out there. I got to take charge.
well, just to cut you there, it's so funny because when I was in Vegas, you know, again, listening to the OGs, the legends like yourself, you know, and I sat down, everyone was waiting for the arrival of Floyd Mayweather. But as I say, a lot of people, there's a side to me that a lot of people don't see. And I just laugh, I let them talk. And I sat down, I remember one day I sat down in the gym with Eddie Mustafa Muhammad.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to him for long. And one of the goals, one of the key things that I remember, the gems he said to me was, I said, you know, how do you work with fighters? How do you, you know? And I remember he always said to me, you got to put yourself in the position of a fighter. And I never forgot that. You as a trainer have to put yourself in a position. This is why I care so much for Anthony. And this is why it's more than money for me. It's always been more than money for me. And anyone who's seen our relationship, myself and Anthony, it's clear for all those to see. But because there are so many people in this sport who are evil, jealous, just in it for money, have no care and attention for the fighter, how they are after their careers, which is to me is the most important part of a fighter's career. It's the aftermath.
Yeah.
You know, and
yeah.
and
Here,
the reason why
Sunday,
the reason why I stopped you, sorry, like the reason why I stopped you is because just to say that
here in America,
we had that fight in control, but Anthony said the same thing what you just said, sir. He said, "Cha, I'm just going back to my old ways. I'm just gonna knock them out. I'm just gonna knock them out." Because we didn't need to box that fight. Anthony showed really his potential in 19 previous fights and in the last round of that fight. Anthony could have done what he done in the 12th round from the first round, but based on the inexperience of himself as a fighter and me, well, I've been in it for 20 years, but it may look like I just popped up, but the inexperience with a fighter at that, well, you know, at a level of championships, it's shown because when there was a need for urgency, Anthony himself said, "Don't worry, Unks, it's under control." But I know how these guys think, and I'm saying we don't want to leave this into the judge's hands.
right?
And you know, finally, at the end, we all know. But you know, listen, that's gone. We move on. But yeah, I just wanted to say, Anthony said the same thing. But carry on, sir.
You know, you're right. I see a lot of people in this country here in America years later. I mean, lots of fighters. I mean, I've been around this thing 51 years, and I see them years later, and they're like,
Imagine.
And
With
I'm
no
saying,
money, with no money in the bank. That's the point.
and I'm looking at them, and there's a side of me inside that's crying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I say, hey, yeah, you know, and I communicate with them as though I can understand what they're saying.
Yes.
But I can't understand 80% of the things they're saying out of their mouth. I can't understand. But I keep the communications so as not to disrespect or insult them. I keep the communication going as though I understand everything. And I'm saying, oh my God, at what price? So I said that about Saad Muhammad. I was at a funeral. I was at Aaron Pryor's funeral. You know, I went, you know, when you go to these funerals, you got to go from where I live at in New Jersey. You know, I had to travel, you know, a lot of miles to get to these places. When all of these guys that pass on, I always try to go anywhere in the country there, and I go there. I get a hotel for 3 days,
Yes,
so I
sir.
can communicate with their mothers and their fathers and their aunts and their uncles, their brothers, their sons. You know, out of respect.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I have great respect for these people. So yeah, it's not just it's like you said, it's just not money. It's
It's not.
it's people's lives.
Exactly. Well, in Russia, nobody was there after the fight. Everyone left. Everyone left. There was just a few of us, and it's fine because I think what I have created and what we all have created is a team. It's a family bond, and we all respect each other and we all learn. We all learn from our lessons. I mean, I'm just look. This guy's like this. This Mark Davis says this guy's a 491 hustler. He has ruined Yar's career. I'm saying, what have you done, Mark Davis? Because you see someone wearing a chain, am I not supposed to wear a chain? What? How does that in any way?
Tunde,
Yes, sir.
I don't know why you always can't respond to these people.
Yeah. But this is where I've got to grow.
I
Like
used
Mr.
to do that
Bashir.
all the
No,
time, Tunde.
but I know this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. My brother said it. My father said it. Nobody is perfect. We all on a journey of life. He's been in the game 51 years. He's got experience. I'm a great listener, but things take time, brother. This is what I'm trying to say.
You go back, just like the Monty Barrett versus Nikolai Valua fight.
Yes.
When I go back and I view that in the many times in the privacy of my mind by myself, and I go back and I look at that fight. I looked at that fight 100 times since that fight. And I
Yes.
keep looking, I said, damn, I should have stopped this fight 2 rounds before I did. And
Yes.
that's the point I'm angry about. I'm angry with myself because I said I should have stopped it. But somebody was pulling at my pants leg saying, no, he gonna come back. No, let him go another round. Let him go. You know what I'm saying? And I let them get my head, and I said I should have stopped it before I did stop it.
Yes.
And that's the thing that I'm angry about because I didn't see that. But that was experience. That was a mistake.
Exactly. And this is
I remember coming into the press conference that night, and Don King was on the stage. Let him talk. He's the man. And somebody in the audience said that I shouldn't have stopped the fight and this and that. And I said, how can you say that? And the man was tired. Monty Barrett was tired. And I stopped the fight. I stopped the fight because I figured that at this point he could really get hurt.
Yes, sir.
I mean, Nikolai Valua was like 6'11".
Yeah, he's a monster.
298 pounds. His head weighed about 200 pounds itself.
Yes.
And I said, I better stop it before he gets injured. And the guy kept interrupting. And I asked the guy, I said, have you ever been in a boxing ring? Have you ever had 10-ounce gloves on?
Come on. Yes. 2 guns. They used to call it 2 guns.
At the age I was at right now, I said, I can box with you.
Yes.
We can do a prelim now. I feel like I got 13, 14 minutes of some good boxing in me.
Yes, sir.
Can you do that, sir? If you can't do that, then you should keep quiet.
Yes, sir.
Tunde, you can't get caught up with these people. You're gonna make mistakes. You're a human being. Every one of us, even now, and I'm 70.
Yes.
Even now, I'm still making mistakes. I still have things to look back on and say, damn, I did it again.
I mean, can I just thank you, sir? And I'm literally captivated listening to you, and I feel I can listen to you for hours and days because I've got a great. Yes, sir.
You on WhatsApp.
Yes.
On WhatsApp. You can call me any time of day.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. But what I'm saying, it's gonna.
Sunday.
Yeah, I'm a great listener. I'm a great listener. I'm a great concentration expert. That's what I call myself. But
look.
I say what I would say.
When I come, you get me what they call it, the housing situation. What do you call it there? It's a
I'm not
thing
too
that oh
sure.
y'all got to put fresh on me, and that's why I can't. But it's something that we have in America where you can lease houses or lease apartments and stuff. It's an app that you go to.
Okay.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah. All right. But what the point is, let me tell you something. I think Michael Thomas said it. See me, where I come from. I'm a person. It's inside of me. I got a warrior spirit, and at times I know the warrior spirit has to be calmed. But I'm like, I'll fight anyone. I don't care. Like, that's my spirit. It's my spirit that has got us to this position, really on our own or by ourselves. Because I've done everything they told me not to do.
Well, I said that in the beginning of the show. At the beginning of the show, I said
everything they told me not to do, I've done, because you gotta be showing me something for me to change my mind. I'm saying I cannot continue to follow a system. I mean, you talk about Yarde at the world class level, and you look at the British fighters that have fought for world titles, outside of their backyard. Most recently, Callum Smith, Callum Johnson, even like Nathan Cleverly, these guys, Amir Khan. Tell me, I was like, you tell me at what point did the opposing trainer say, if you get another round like that, I'm stopping the fight? These British guys got their ass whooped. They got that. We was in a situation, no matter what anyone wants to say, where Kovalev was about to be stopped. And so if we can do that with no experience, no help up, no piggy up, then nobody can make me feel that we're not going in the right direction. That's my point. Anthony has made a lot of money, more money than me, I must add. But I'm happy for him. Because he's a low young man. We've worked together from the trenches and we've got there. But you see this one here, you can't break me. And I understand what you're saying. I know it. I know that I'm wasting energy by even engaging in these guys. And it's gonna take time for me because I'm a lion at heart. I'm from that African tribe. Like, I'm not no Chicken George. I'm Kunta.
Yeah,
that's me.
But you can re-engage your DNA and your vibration for higher things, Tunde. And
but what have I done? But my brother, but that's exactly what I've done. You've never heard me bring race into the issue. You never heard me bring.
You may not bring it, but it has to be said. I said
no. But what I'm saying, you saying it has to.
It's an issue.
You say it's an issue, but I've still managed to get. For me, every stage and every level that we've been at in boxing, they said I couldn't get there as a trainer, not as a fighter.
At the beginning of the show, I said Tunde Ajayi has been running up an escalator, going this direction, and Tunde's running that direction. If you had an escalator that was taking you up the way, like the traditional way of people who look after trainers like yourself, right?
Yes.
Things will be different.
Of course.
Gravy from day one.
So we know that. Yes.
I brought the example of when Hatton was taking the mickey out of Mayweather for doing the pad work, and then he got knocked out. Then he got knocking Pacquiao for the way he was moving.
Yes.
Watch what Hatton's doing now in his career. Hatton's turning around and doing the pad work. Tonight isn't about them. Tonight is about you and Uncle Bashir. Forget the comments. It's for you.
Sir.
And
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Forget
I thank you very much, and I appreciate that. But the point is that no one can get me down, and all it is that I understand the scientific nature of what we're up against, which is really nothing. In order for anything to exist, there has to be a positive and a negative. So I realize that. So my job is to always focus on the positive, let the negative do what the negative has to do. What I'm interested in is learning from the greats like Mr. Bashir, and even yourself, who analyze the sport of boxing. I really am not here to argue with people because none of you brothers can out-argue me.
Refocus the energy. This is BWTM universe. That don't happen here.
Come on. All right.
This is
All
what
right.
it's about. You talking
Yes,
to
sir.
Uncle Bashir.
Look,
Yes,
Two
sir.
man.
So,
generations
yes,
coming
sir.
together. This is what we call
It's
empire.
powerful. It's
This
powerful.
is
It's
what we
powerful.
call ownership. This is what it's about. This is
Yes,
what you
sir.
call true black power. This is what it's about. Call it like it is. This
Yes,
is what
yes,
it is. We
yes.
have
But
to
you know,
support another.
but we talk about the fight, and we're talking about.
Look, Sunday, where can we get some good jerk chicken? That's what I
Yeah. We got that. Anytime you come,
No,
anytime you,
listen.
anytime no, you can get. Listen,
Good
I
jerk
thought,
chicken and some collard greens and
no. We need to get some African food, some Nigeria. I took my brother
I don't care.
Ingrid.
Look,
Listen,
yes.
where I'm
I took
from,
my brother.
I don't care
Wait,
what
wait, wait.
I eat.
I took my brother Ingrid and his father to my family restaurant, Nigerian restaurant, and he will tell you how look after you when we come. When we look after you.
Ingrid, you went there?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
With your dad.
All
With
right.
my dad. It was good food.
Oh man. Oh shit.
I have to also say, brother Bermain, if you're watching, the food was
Man, I'm
good.
getting ready.
I'll say
Look,
Sunday,
man.
the Nigerian food was a bit better.
Come on.
Yo, I'm hungry, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
what they serve at the restaurant? Just tell me that.
what's the what?
What
Oh
they
well,
serve?
Nigerian food. There's many dishes. Everyone. The most common is the jollof rice, the egusi, eba, amala. And there's this. You know what I always say? Food is food. It's just how it's prepared. So it's one piece of chicken, but it's prepared different by the Asians, by the Africans, by the West Indians. Chicken is a chicken. It's just a flavoring. So
Yeah,
we
all
got
right,
all.
well, the African is coming out of me. What's in the
The spices are there, brother, and we're gonna get them. We're gonna get them for you when you come over. We'll make sure you're finally looked after in an African cuisine. Don't worry
Hey
about
man,
that.
look, I'm getting ready to go to the gym. I got work to
Yes,
do.
sir.
I love it with you brothers, man. I wish I could stay here and rap with you all day, all night.
Yes,
Dave,
sir. Yeah.
I really do.
I wanted to get a two-way with yourself and Derek James, Uncle Bashir, but it was great. A three-way with Tunde, yourself, and Derek James, all in the same room. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
that would be amazing. Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
amazing.
All I want to do is sit back and listen and watch.
Derek's my brother. A lot of people don't
That's
know.
my boy. That's my
I was
boy.
in Vegas. I was in Vegas when
Yeah.
everyone was here criticizing. I was in Vegas doing my groundwork. I was in every camp, Floyd camp from the Cotto fight. I was in California when Manny Pacquiao was fighting. A lot of people don't know what I've done on how much research and how much
No,
knowledge that I've taken from great people.
It's not they don't know. They don't want to know because
Yes,
that
sir.
exposes them. You
Yes,
you got to
Listen,
understand.
brother.
You,
Keep
you don't
your
want to
chin
know.
up. Keep your chin up.
Yeah.
Keep your chin up. Hone your skills.
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Go back and look at that YouTube. There are multiple fights on there, old school fights.
Old
That's
school.
where
Yes,
you
sir.
get the best. We get the best knowledge from watching that old school activity.
Yes,
You
sir.
know, one of the best fights to watch is Michael Nunn versus James Toney.
I watched that fight numerous times, multiple times.
Lot of technical stuff that's going on in there.
Yeah.
In the corner
Yes.
with the trainers and in the fight. Ebb and
Yes.
flow. You understand?
Mm.
Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier. A lot of
Yes, sir.
technical stuff going on in the corners during the fights. You understand? There's a lot of technique, a lot of sound advice that's being transferred in that corner. You know, that's why I say you got to know when to hold them and know when to hold them.
Yes,
You know?
sir. Yes, sir.
You can't, all the other stuff, you don't have to do that.
Yes, sir.
You can learn.
Yes, sir.
You can learn it just. I don't care how many times you watch at a fight. You're always going to see something that you didn't see the first time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see this. You know, I see this. I see that. It could be done. You know, Anthony is a good fighter, a good balanced fighter. You can have
Yes.
good fighters, but they're not always balanced.
Yes.
You got an intelligent fighter.
Yes.
He's a balanced fighter. He's not too much of this, and he's not too less of that. He's a balanced guy, and he's intelligent. You know.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
he's appreciative of you.
Yes, sir.
He's
Yes, sir.
appreciative of you.
Yes, sir.
That means a
Yes, sir.
lot. It's hard to get all of those things into one fight.
In one. He's a blessed, I speak to his family
It's
and I
difficult,
always
man, to get that all in one. I'm telling you
yeah,
something.
yeah. I mean, I've said it. I mean, I've spoken to his mother on numerous occasions, and I phoned her up in the middle of the night, and I've said to her, this you got a good one here, because it's very hard to find a low in this day and age, especially. I think in any day and age, a low balanced individual like Anthony, and he really is a blessing. And yeah, we've just started. Our journey has just started, and for us, it's all about learning. It's all about coming together, sitting down with each other, seeing where we go wrong, listening to people like yourself, and just growing. And if you can grow together, it's a beautiful thing. Because from what I can see, the
Well,
most
one
successful.
thing that from talking with you, I have a whole different perspective.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You just don't know until you can
Ex- exactly,
communicate.
exactly,
Once you
exactly. But I
communicate,
won't. I won't communicate. See, I see. Human beings have developed language to hide their true feelings. So I don't need to communicate. It's energy. Energy goes where energy flows. I just switch on my phone on Facebook randomly, but it's the energy that brought me to this page, to this forum. And so without questioning, I came on. So it's your energy, brother, that
mhm.
has brought this together. No one can't fool me because I live my life through energy. I don't live my life through words. A man could be saying exactly what you're saying, but in his heart,
He's
he's an
unfortunate.
evil brother. He's an evil man. He's a jealous man. He just wants to get inside the unit and break it.
Yeah.
And I'm very aware of this because everything I do is based on my feelings. And I don't put that out there. I just sit back. I say, yeah, carry on talking. Yeah, carry on talking.
My mom used to say to me, my mom used to say to me, she said, a righteous man never has to put on makeup.
No, sir.
The
No,
man,
sir.
the man, the man that
Guess
you
what?
see now,
I'm going to tweet that. I'm going to tweet
huh?
I'm gonna tweet that. I'm gonna put that on Instagram right this second. A
Yeah.
righteous man never have to put on makeup. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Look, the same person that you meeting here now is the same person you'll know when they put me in the ground. Should
Yes,
I go?
sir.
Should I go before you?
Yes,
Because
sir.
because I never have to put on makeup. I am who I am. I am what I am.
Exactly.
You understand?
Yes,
I'm my
sir.
mother's child. I live in honor of that mother. That
Yes,
mother
sir.
that did everything for me.
Yes,
Whooped my,
sir.
whooped my ass a couple of times, damn near to death. But all right, mom.
Yes, yes,
All right,
yes,
mom. Good God, I got some whoopings, man. I got some whoopings. But,
yes, sir.
phew, man, you're looking at a miracle, man.
Mm-hmm.
But I love my mom, and I love representing her in my actions. All my actions have not always been right because always got a street side of us. It takes
Yes,
that street side of us to get to where we at now.
yes, that's correct.
You know what I'm saying? And me growing up in the 50s and 60s, I came to manhood in the early 70s.
Mm.
But I came in the 50s and 60s here in Harlem, New York, then come to Newark, New Jersey. It's just like London. I mean, everybody got their, oh man, you know. So I'm just grateful to have met you. I'm grateful to have made your acquaintance. Now
Yes, sir.
that makes us bonded.
Yes, sir.
And I extend myself to you at any time of the day or any time, anything I could do. You get on the phone and call me. And if I don't get back to you, I'm in a plane somewhere.
Yes, sir.
On a plane somewhere. Going to make the donuts.
Uncle's
Yes,
a man
sir.
of his word. I've known Uncle since 2013. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and he's just
Well, again,
And have
again.
I been the same person, right?
even when you've been whacked over your head, you're still the same person. You're still the same
Yes.
uncle.
Yes, sir. And that's the real one. I will never change because this is how I was made. And how I was made is how I'm gonna stay. I ain't changing for no one. The people saying
So
change.
when I saw you in London, how far away was Tunde?
That's for the
I'm over,
Klitschko fight, wasn't it?
Huh?
That's for the Klitschko fight. We were over in Chelsea that night.
Okay, so how far away was Tunde?
He might have been Wembley the night of the fight. Were you there for Klitschko?
I remember I was in the corner. I was in the corner for Vitaly Klitschko against Derek Chisora. I was in that corner. I don't know whether you was working with Vitaly.
Yeah, I was there.
I was there as well. A lot of people don't know this, sir. They think I just popped up. You know, I just popped up, but they don't know. But you know, as I say, I'm a guy that I'm listening and I'm learning. And the reason why people can shoot me down is because I got to this level. And that's just how it goes. My thing is, I'm humble enough to learn. Yes, sir.
You get your guy and you sit down and you watch some of those shootouts.
Yes.
That's some and don't say nothing. Just let your guy sit down and watch that and let him take in the expressions, drink in the impressions. Don't say nothing.
I like that. Yeah, yeah.
And then when you finish watching, you say, "Do you know where we going?" And let him say yay or nay. Because if you watch those videos and say, "That's where we going," that's where we going. And if he say yeah, then you're on your way. You're
yes,
on your
sir.
way. You know.
Yes, sir.
That's what I mean. Boxing is a spiritual thing.
But well, sir, listen. Maybe that's why I stand out so much in this country, in the UK. I think maybe it's easier to understand in America, you know, just through demographics and it being a bigger place, the UK being a small place. But from day one, I've told everyone that's been associated with me that this is a spiritual thing. It ain't physical. It's spiritual. It's the reason why,
brother, y'all guys are sitting on the melting pot of boxing right now. Whether y'all know it or not. The UK is the melting pot of boxing right now.
Yes, sir.
The UK is the melting pot of boxing right now. So the leadership, those trainers that's in position, they should not take what they teach the boxers lightly because they are sitting on the melting pot of boxing. It's the capital of boxing. Not America was. But
yes.
more. Right now, the stars is gonna come out of the UK.
You're going back to the class I talked to you about 2 years ago, Uncle, and you decided to go with Ivana Habazan, and I said you come to England and set that masterclass up.
But Ingrid, again,
yeah,
the people of today, the young trainers, even like the other trainers, for starters, they don't have the humility to listen, to appreciate and listen. Someone like Bashir, Joe Gallagher, and these trainers, Dave Calder, they're not coming on here. They're coming in there to talk to him.
Do you know what? When we were going to do this masterclass, they were never going to be invited.
But guess what? To show you how powerful I am, you watch them come on this thing and talk to Uncle Bashir now. Because someone has to be the trendsetter. And that's me. I'm always the one to break the ice. I'm always the one to respect those that have gone before me because of the way I was brought up.
You know why? Because of the spirituality that you were born with.
Yes.
It's from your elders.
Yes.
And from your elders, and it's being passed down, and you're gonna pass it down to your children.
That's right. That's how it goes.
Because we are spiritual people, man. It's easy for us. It's easy for us. It's easy for everybody in my neighborhood was my mother or father.
Yes, sir. Everybody. Same.
And those people, I think one lady now is 106.
Wow.
105. Her brain is sharp as a whip.
Mm.
To this day. Come here, boy. You know, I say, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's
You
the
know,
respect.
and you grew up to be quite a young man. I said, yes, ma'am. You know, the same. She said, I remember when I was down there, I had to pull your ears. I said, yes, ma'am. I remember, you know. But I'm humble enough to come to remember her, and she remembers me. And I always leave her saying, that lady still remember everything. You know,
Yes.
I stole some soda off a truck one day. She saw me stealing the soda off the truck, and she pulled my freaking ear, man, you know. And she still remembers that. So it's a
Yes.
spiritual thing for us to get from one point to another point.
Yes.
You know, one
Yes.
day you're gonna be the guy sitting where I'm sitting, and some other
Absolutely.
young guy gonna come in.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
It's
and
life is a relay. It's a relay.
it's a relay. It's spiritual. It can't be nothing else. This is why our children do things automatically that we do without being taught. So this thing is to evolve us. But I think we are really at the beginning stage in the UK of this, and I'm happy. I'm the one in the forefront taking the bullets because I'm gonna get the biggest reward. Because the
But
one
you
who
know
takes
what?
the
Do you know
good,
what, Tunde?
yes,
Listen in point. Audley Harrison. I say no more.
yes,
Audley
yes,
Harrison. You know what he did, right? He was
yes,
one of ownership and promoting himself.
of
So
course. And Eddie got that. Eddie got onto
the
that.
hell he got for it. Now,
Yes.
here's what you don't know, right? He was managed by my godmother, Audley
Mm,
Harrison. Uh,
okay.
before he got beat. So I knew all the stuff that was going on beforehand. The BBC contract, how they hated him for that, trying to be self-promoted, Olympic champion, trying to promote himself in the UK. No, the promoters didn't want that. So he got bullets for it. Now
Mm.
every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got their own promotions now.
Well,
Nassing promotions, Hatton
yeah,
promotions, this
yes,
promotion. But Audley was the guy that started it, and he got fire for it.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you are in a firing line as well. But
Yeah, and I don't mind.
as long as you understand why you're in the firing
No,
line.
but I'll be honest with you, Ingrid. I don't even care why I'm in the firing line. This is spiritual. I'm doing my work. I don't care about what happened or who's against me. Listen, man, I'm just built different
But
because I'm built
there's an element of you that does care because
because I'm answering back.
because you respond to
Yeah, but let me tell you that. Let me tell you that. That's a show of strength for all these weak brothers out there. And I'm
but
trying to.
you
I'm
know
trying
the
to.
you know
You
who
never
great
heard.
you
You
know the
never heard.
great
Wait, did you have you ever heard Oli Harrison speak like me? Never. No one ain't spoke like me. Not one.
the
Not
greatest
one.
warrior is one that can maintain peace and silence at the
But,
time
but,
of
but
war.
that's why. But that's why, brother. On
Mhm,
my page, I will
mhm.
not accept anything but positivity. So that is my form of war. I'm not arguing with the powers because
Yeah.
there's only one power anyway, and that's
Yeah, yeah,
God.
yeah, yeah.
So, but it's the fight in me. Everybody has positive and negative neurons in their body.
You have more. You have a control of that. Being a leader, you've got to control what you let in
Yes,
and what you let out. Do you understand?
yes,
And
yes,
sometimes you have to say, well, you know what? If you act this way, I'm going to block you because you're speaking that into the universe. You're
yes.
speaking something into the universe. Say, well, I'm going to block you.
Hey,
You know.
brothers, I gotta go to the gym. I love y'all.
Ah,
Peace.
I love y'all. Hey, listen, I love y'all.
Yes,
but
sir.
don't go anywhere because we definitely want to carry on talking with you.
Yes,
So
sir.
don't go
Yeah.
anywhere.
Yes, yes, yeah,
I'm going
definitely.
out. I'm going out to train the fighters. You know.
Yes, sir.
You know they need me too. You know.
Absolutely.
I love. I love being with you guys, man. We got to do this again.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I come in when I come in late at night. I'll be looking for y'all. I'll be somebody on the hill. I'll be looking. I'll be scrolling. I'll be looking. I said, Buster English. He's on the line. Let me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always looking.
Uncle, I'll pass your details on to Tunde after the
Yes,
show.
sir. Thank you
All
very
right?
much.
Tunde, listen, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for that food, man. When I come,
yeah.
you know, I like a good meal. You know,
That's a bill I don't have to pay.
Listen, man. Don't worry, but you're looked after. You're looked at. You're one of the fathers, and a child has to protect his father.
man.
So
And
don't
you
worry
know
about
what? You know what you do? you make me live up to that.
Yes, sir.
You raised me up.
Yes, sir.
You understand? You raised me up. You young men raised me up and make me
Yes, sir.
responsible in my actions.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
understand? It's not like being around a bunch of young idiots. It's people that's making me responsible. I said, man, you know, they look at me like they did. That raises me up. You know,
Yes, sir.
it makes me stand and walk tall because you guys are the ones that's doing it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, yesterday I was 24. Now I'm 70. I'm saying,
Time goes.
time goes. Love y'all.
Yes,
See you
sir.
later, man. I'm out.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ingrid, you got me. You got me today, man. Wow.
I said, you know what? I'm going to bring him back, and you're here, and it's great to be in the room. But
yes,
we've got lots to talk about.
Yes.
So the first thing is, I know that I know you and Anthony are very, very tight. I was perplexed by, obviously, the fight is going to say they need to make changes. That
yeah.
Oh, we got to make changes. Okay, fine.
Yes.
But the interview is what perplexed me. I'm like, well, I had words with Tunde and I had words with Ade, and I'm like to myself, well, why would you come out and say that in the public when your training, as it is getting gunfire anyway? Why would you do that?
Well, that's the beautiful thing about me and Anthony. I don't question nothing Anthony does.
Okay.
And I'm not going to answer for what Anthony does, and vice versa. We're two grown men, and you know, listen. Everyone knows our relationship. It's a family relationship. You know, I'm like an uncle to Ant, and he's like a nephew to me. And it's more than boxing, regardless of what anyone thinks. It's more than boxing. You know, that I love that young man with all my heart. So it's like a parent and a child. You know, the parent would always advise his child what to do, the right things to do, in his opinion. And it's down to the child to make their own decisions. You can't stop that from happening. So you let the child make his decisions. If it's a wrong one, it's a wrong one. If it's a wrong one, it may appear right at the time to him. But this is what I'm saying. Life is a journey and it's a goal. So I'm not here to answer questions on why he done it or how or what was the reason. That's nothing. I just leave that. I leave that to those on the outside to wrap their heads around that. But guess what? In the meantime, like, comment, and subscribe to Andy's YouTube channel.
Hey, let's talk about Nigeria as well.
Yeah.
Listen, I want to ask some things of yourself. So, first thing is this statement that came out, right, where somebody said that Anthony came back to the corner, he asked, he couldn't get past the jab.
Yeah.
He's in the camp. Now, can you clarify that for me? Because
I actually don't need to. I actually don't need to clear anything up, because I know and you know, Ingrid, that I never said that. I know you know I never said that. Come on, man. Listen, man. And as I said,
even if I did say it, so what?
So what if I said it? If that is a motivational thing that Anthony uses to encourage himself and get himself in another gear, what is wrong with that? There is nothing. But
okay.
No, but to answer the question, I didn't say that, and Anthony didn't say that.
No, let's clarify that, get out of the way. Then the thing about the sparring, and I said, I said, there's a lot of dumb journalists or so-called dumb questions. So when says, no, we don't do no sparring, I interpret that from you saying it as like, you're asking me dumb questions, so I'm going to give you a dumb answer back. And probably out of context, because it's Tunde Ajayi that said it, isn't
it? I keep saying this, Ingrid. If we got to the pinnacle of the sport, win, lose, or draw, with no sparring, and 99.9% of boxers never get to that pinnacle of the sport, then maybe everybody should stop sparring and just do what I do. Just don't spar. But let me tell you where this whole thing came from. And you know, you have people in America that actually believe this. more, I don't know, strange to me is that you actually have people in the UK again, and one of the reasons why I don't answer these questions, because I just find it really stupid. But it came from an interview that I'd done with um, Danny Flexon from Seconds Out, and he asked how was sparring going, and I joked, well, you know, we don't spar. Come on, you see the kung fu movies.
Yeah.
The master spars with the student, and then when the student can beat the master, the master walks off. Bam, yeah. The student's ready. So we don't spar. I don't. So Anthony spars with me. That's it. That's how this whole thing started. And based on that statement,
yeah, but
wait, I ain't finished. Based on that statement,
all right,
clever journalists used it as clickbait to attack me. But I was like, let me think about this. You know what? I know you don't like me anyway, so I'm just gonna run with it. I'm gonna run with it. I'm just gonna say we don't spar. Yeah, so good. We don't spar.
But you're an energy man, right? We're talking energy, yeah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Out. We don't spar. That's an energy thing. So
no, but remember, that wasn't the exact words. What I said to him is that he asked me how sparring goes in, and I said to him, "You know how this goes. Anthony's best sparring partner is me, Tunde Ajayi. You've seen the kung fu movies. I would even put it up on my Instagram. I'll put that piece up, but I don't want to bother. I said, you've seen the kung fu movies. The student spars with a master, and that's how it was taken out of context. Nothing else. You understand?
But that's been around for ages. It's been around. It's stuck like mud with you.
Yeah, but I like it. Because energy goes where energy flows. There's only one form of energy, positive and you can use that energy in a positive or a negative way. If you put that focus of negative energy on me, I'm only going to transfer that into positive. So I don't really mind. You know,
the Bruce Lee philosophy of flow like water, be like water and flow, right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
And it's the truth.
Okay. So when I did the preview to Yarde versus Arthur, I said lessons needed to be learned from the Kovalev fight and the Arthur fight. And I said one of the things there would have been to the jab, to get off the jab, get inside and do work. I said if he allows Arthur to be at the end of that jab and pop that jab out for the whole fight, then he'll win the fight on points. So, and what the thing for me is the fight was sold. And the way it looked to me is Anthony the A side, gone and fought Kovalev, fought much better competition, and that he was the guy. He's the A side. So even if you got to points as the A side fighter,
yes, sir.
It didn't happen that way. So more questions are asked because if you won the fight on points, nobody would say anything. Would have just cracked on and moved on. Commonwealth champion. Let's get the BWTM fight. That didn't happen. So you lose the fight in a close one. Then more questions being asked. Getting past the jab. So then you get people saying, Yarde couldn't get past the jab. What type of sparring has he been getting? Click back. They don't do sparring. Then David Hay comes out and says, they need to get hard sparring.
David Hay can't chat to me.
And David Hay he's Mr. Salesman. And I mean, you're a great salesman, but David Hay takes salesmanship to a level.
David Hay is my friend. He's a friend, family.
Yeah.
You know, his cousin. I grew up next door to them.
Yeah.
His good friend Stevie Watts. I've told him David Hay can't chat to me. He can't chat to me until he apologizes for that statement live on TV, because all you've done is built up the narrative of this no sparring thing. And I think David is in a position where he should know that it's really just nonsense. I don't need to respond to that. It's just nonsense. The no sparring thing is nonsense.
I heard behind closed doors that you were doing pretty hard sparring. That's what I heard.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. Again, I'm not going to use this platform.
I'm in boxing circles. And
I'm not going to use this platform to even speak about that, because I want everyone to hear what Anthony has to say first.
Yeah.
Please subscribe to his YouTube channel. please subscribe to his YouTube channel, and then we'll move it from there. I literally, I was not even supposed. I'm not even supposed to talk because I haven't spoken on it on
Yeah, okay.
Anthony's interview, and I don't want to. I'm not going to answer questions about Anthony's interview
I hear
because
that.
it's Anthony's right to let everyone know what his decisions are. And it's his decisions, it's Anthony Yard's career, and I respect that. I've always respected that. So we'll wait to see what Anthony has to say further, because he hasn't, from what I understand, I haven't even watched the video, but for what I understand is that Anthony said that, we're gonna talk and then he'll come to a decision. I don't know, end of the year or New Year or something. So I'll let Anthony do that. But if you ask him about myself and all these questions about sparring and everything, I just say, come on, man, just look at it. And the hard sparring thing, if I now turn around and even, I'm not saying what you heard was wrong. I'm not saying it was right. But what I'm saying now, if I turn around and say we was having hard sparring, now another clever dicky will come up and say they had too much sparring and Anthony was flat for the fight. So, as I said, you win, they hate. You lose, they hate. You breathe, they hate. You can't win, Ingrid. So you just gotta get on with it and let me reap what I sow in this life and just keep it moving. I don't have time to answer these questions.
Let's move all that stuff out of the way. Let's just talk about Tunde Ajayi himself, the trainer. And congratulations on your show, by the way. I've been watching. Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Show yourself and Spencer and the various guests.
Yes, sir. The fight is right. The fight is right.
Keep it up.
Yes.
Do you feel that you get unfairly criticized?
Well, listen, Floyd Mayweather told me something. I never saw it on YouTube. Floyd Mayweather said to me, it comes with the territory. I didn't hear that on YouTube. He says it comes with the territory. You're there to be Chris. I don't know what you're going to say, Ingrid.
No, wait. It comes with the territory. What type of territory, though? You understand? I mean, look, I could stick you in maybe somewhere like in Nebraska or somewhere where you're not going to be particularly liked because of the way you look. That's a different territory to a territory in Nigeria. That different type of territory, but it's still territory.
I get you. I absolutely get you. I get you. I just think that people are going to be people. Human beings are going to be human beings. I know what you're alluding to. And one of my strategies has never been to focus on that particular thing. My strategy has always been to build. And I feel that I can help more if I build as opposed to trying to attack something that's always been there. I mean, you're looking at films like Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, that's just come out on Netflix, and you see nothing has changed. You still see people, us fighting with one another to please another, and then we end up damaging one another. Now, Pat Barrett has said some things, and I'm saying, Pat, bruv, when you see me, it ain't that. You guys saying? You don't come with that kind of energy. So in my mind, I'm like, who are you doing it for? Who are you doing it for? Because if you're talking about representation, on that night, we should be proud of all of us being on the stage, being on TV, having everybody making money. Don't start trying to disrespect me because you ain't me. I've worked for what I've done very, very hard and meticulously. And all I said after the fight on BT, I didn't give no other thing. I said, well done to Pat and well done to Lyndon. It's your night. God bless you. And we look forward to the rematch. That's it. I ain't got time to be entertaining disrespect. Why don't you go and talk to them other brothers? Why don't you say that to them? All these other guys. But you feel that you want to come at me. And I'm like, bro, it ain't about that. We know what this is about. We just need to work hard, come together collectively. Don't put energy in something that we know we're never going to change. If someone doesn't like you, that's their problem. We don't need to make that our problem. We need to focus and concentrate and build ourselves. One another, come on our platforms like your platforms and help. You ain't seeing these men come on your platforms. They may come on now because I'm the one who always breaks the ice. That's the only reason. And they're not coming on with a righteous heart.
No.
They're not coming. You understand what I'm saying? I'm English.
Yeah, I get you, but you know the kind of man I have on my show anyway. You know, like, listen, I don't have any man on the show. I don't call any man on the show. This is the universe now. Oh, by the way, did you know we're on Amazon TV now?
Wow. Well, bro, don't worry. Bro, anything you do, I'm gonna do as well. So that's how we help each other, fam. Don't worry about that. So I'll be saying, Ingrid, bro, told me how to get on this thing. And that's when I went to America, when I went to America, one thing I learned from Floyd and being around Floyd is how much the man helped those that were around him. There was never this thing like, oh, this is mine, let me just hold on to it. I realized that what the perception I was given of Floyd was not actually what Floyd was.
Absolutely.
So, but I had to go to Vegas over a number of years to actually see it for myself.
Well, that's the whole divide and conquer situation.
Yeah, well, let them divide and conquer as much as they want. I have business about that. I'm just talking about doing what I can do. Look, I'm here supporting you. You see what I'm saying? I'm here supporting you. Now, you may end up to be so big, national this, national that. Hopefully, you'll remember your little brother. You see what I'm saying? Because it's all right when you're up there. It's all right when you're up there. But when you come...
Let me change that for you. Hopefully, there should be no hope. Because there's no hope. I don't work in a world of hope. I don't work in a world of hope. So there's no hope. Don't give me any reason to forget you. That's what I say.
Well, listen, you can't forget me because let me tell you something.
There you go then.
I saw a comment. Oh, look at him with his gold chain and everything like that. But let me tell you. No, but let me tell you.
Forget that man.
I work for it. It's my things.
Forget that man.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. But I love it. But again, Ingrid, that's the fighter in me. You see what I'm saying? Deep down, listen.
You can use the energy to better things.
No, but hold on. What, you think I got time to be doing all this? Bro, as soon as this holiday season is over, I'm back to work, bro. I ain't got time to be arguing, man. How do you think we got where we got? Me arguing with people, giving them my energy? I understand what energy is. Yeah. And I would rather a man be negative to me and not pay any attention. Yeah. Because you now give me that energy and I take that energy and go and work. But right now, it's holiday season. So I'm going to clap back and fire back at these brothers.
Listen. I've realized that when you give these people energy, their whole aim is to disrupt, to divide. I'll be having a conversation with a man talking about, move forward, progression, and then somebody come and ask a question about, oh yeah, did you see that block over there? Completely distracting you from what the conversation is on. So I've learned for the years now, just...
Bro, you're 20 years behind me. You're 20 years behind me, fam. I knew this from a long time. I knew this from when I was like you.
That's with these people, though.
I know. You got to understand. It's the fuel. Sometimes that is needed. It's the fuel that is sometimes needed to keep the fire burning, to let you understand that you still got it inside of you. This is passion. Nothing is created without passion. And sometimes, look, the way I'm talking now, imagine I was talking like that every single day. I wouldn't have nothing left for my craft.
No, you wouldn't.
So I get it. But what I'm trying to say is it's holiday seasons.
Every somebody's not to let off a better steam.
Yeah, you go. Listen, everything is balanced in life, Ingrid. It's balanced. If you don't balance the thing, you're just gonna end up mad. You might end up like Jack the Ripper.
I have my moments of blowing off, and I do on the channel occasionally, not as much as I used to. I don't get as much. But I mean, so as a trainer,
yes.
And you say you're still you're learning all the time.
Yes, sir.
Like going back to that situation with the Kovalev situation. I know. Just at that moment in time, going back and seeing that if you had got the stoppage at that point in time, if you'd got the stoppage, You'd have been like Angelo Dundee when Angelo Dundee went out and told Shure Leonard, "You're blowing it, son."
Yeah, but listen, again, I'm gonna answer that question. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna answer that point, not that question. I'm gonna answer that point,
Okay.
and then I don't want to talk about Kovalev. That's done. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
We're on a new thing.
Yeah.
But listen, let's say that God did write that particular story for myself and Anthony,
Yeah.
and we did end up stopping Kovalev in that 8th round. Knowing what you know, do you really think that would have changed the narrative on Tunde Ajayi?
I think it would have been an iconic moment.
Yeah, but listen, there's been many more
Maybe not
iconic
in the
moments,
UK. Maybe not in the UK.
but you're still gonna get the hate. You get what I'm saying?
Hate anyway. Mayweather got hate. He was unbeaten.
Exactly. So the point is, you listen to what you just said. Mayweather get hit, but so the point is regardless of the outcome,
you would have been at that point. Had that pulled off, you'd have been pulled a genius. Because when Dundee did it, when Dundee said to Leonard, "You're blowing it, son," in that round, and Leonard came out and he turns.
Yes,
he was behind on points.
But brother, that was his story. Yeah, but I'm not upset again. But now listen, you're going back on what you just said because you said don't focus on what they're saying, and I'm saying regardless of the outcome, I'm not focusing. I'm not living my life for other people's opinions. I know what I'm doing. And I know that everything I do, I'm doing it from the goodness of my heart.
The best intentions to see him stop Kovalev at that point, of course. And we're moving to Kovalev. Let's go back to the Lyndon Arthur fight. Now, where do you feel as a trainer?
Yes.
You could improve, and where do you think you did well in the fight?
Well, listen, the biggest room is the room for improvement. Let me just say that again. The biggest room is the room for improvement. And if you have that in the back of your mind, you will never get sloppy. I've never made I don't make excuses. That's just not what I'm about because, again, I'm spiritual. Things happen for a reason. And there's always a lesson to be learned in every situation. People ask, what do you think you could have done better? Well, we could have won. That's what we could have done better.
Yeah. To some degree. So
yeah. But the point I'm saying is this. Let's rewind. And this is, for me, based on what I'm reading out there, this is what I feel that people still have failed to realize. Why? Because it's not them. They're not living my reality. They're not living our team's reality. They're not living Anthony's reality. Anthony said it on his interview from the clips I've seen. He lost 4 family members this year within a 6-month period. Listen, I know and you know, if you lose 1 family member,
I know.
Most people, but some people might even commit suicide.
Grief, they can't deal with it. It's hard to deal with.
They can't deal with that. So my thing was always after the fight, listen, God bless us all. You know, tonight wasn't our night. We all gonna go back, look at the situation. But let me tell you something. Anthony, you won. Because you did something that I don't think many people would have done. If Lyndon had lost his father, his grandmother, his grandfather, would he have been in that ring? But Anthony and myself, obviously, if I saw things, you know, Ant knows I wouldn't have allowed it to fight. But the kid is so mentally strong. And that's one thing I respect Anthony for more than ever. He wasn't injured in the fight. So thank God again. No injury. But we all know Anthony can do something different. We know Lyndon can't. That's the difference. So take this year. Let's get this year out of the way. Let's start a new year, you know, and we just go again from there because you know, there's always something that you can point out. We should have done this. I should have done that. You know, because again, I'm talking about myself, or we're talking about me. I
Yeah.
should have done this. I should have, but we're a family, and being a family, you take on the vibrations of the people that you're connected to. And it's been a tough year. That's all I would say. It's been a tough year for us, and we just need to all enjoy this holiday period. You know, let the dust settle, and then we'll come again. You know, I don't see. Hold on. Callum Smith got broke up the other day. I don't see no one saying get rid of Joe Gallagher. Joe Gallagher's my friend. Joe Gallagher even phoned me to, phone Spence to ask how I was doing. And Spence said, I don't worry about Tun. You know, Tun don't care about all that negativity stuff. But the thing is that Joe gets stick. You understand? Because he, again, like myself, defends his fighters and protects his fighters. But the thing is that I've just never seen this kind of assault on someone. I've never seen so many people who are sitting there with 2-liter bottles of Coca-Cola and a pack of Haribos become Pep Guardiola and Arsene Wenger and Don King and Emmanuel Stewart. How are you going to sit there telling me what to do and you ain't done nothing? You're looking at it from a fan's perspective. See, now you're getting me hot again because now you're getting me hot. I don't want to get hot. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, I ain't answering no questions about what we should have done or what we're going to do better the next time round. All I'm saying is this. Anthony has done exceptionally well considering the circumstances. He fought for a world title within 4 years of becoming a professional. It took, I think, Liam Smith 6 years before Liam, this is not Callum, 6 years as a professional before he fought the top guy. I think it took Callum even longer. And both of those guys had extensive amateur careers. We only had 12 amateur fights. 4 years we're fighting Kovalev. Anthony making money, which is again one of the most important things in the sport, because we know, God rest his soul, Frankie Randall passed recently. First man to stop Chavez.
Nice.
Only earning a career high of $170,000.
Ridiculous.
Dying of dementia, pugilistic dementia, and broke. So I don't want no one, or you can, but I will never listen to anybody saying that we are not God bless and that we haven't done. Now, all it is for Anthony and myself as a trainer to fulfill the potential that he has and that I have as a trainer. Because again, a lot of trainers, I don't know, I haven't heard really trainers, they may be behind my back, but I don't know if there's many trainers that's vocally come out and criticize me, because they know if they've got to where I've got to, and if they know you can't criticize me. Because again, I have no GB training. I don't have that background. I came up, studied the sport, watched boxing every day, studied it, meticulously wrote down just it's just a dossier of fight patterns, you know, and I've done that for myself. And you know, that's for me. I done that for myself. I wasn't taught by nobody. It's
I
so.
remember hearing the stories about Tunde Ajayi. Well, before I'd met you, Tunde Ajayi. You heard about Tunde Ajayi? I'd heard about you for years, and I first came across you when you were training the young, I think he's a lightweight.
Junior Saba, Otu Saba.
Not Otu, the other one.
Okay.
Not even see. I'm not sure.
Kevin Mitchell.
No, not Kevin Mitchell. Yeah, the nice Nazim. He used to fight with like
O'Hara Davis.
No, he wasn't. He was from Wales.
Oh, Kurt Goodin. Oh, Romeo Romeo.
That's the boy. That's Romeo Romero. You were on the pad. You work with Romeo Romero. And I know Don Johnson. I used to hear, "Oh yeah, Tunde Ajayi." So I knew that you had an extensive background in terms of going with working and watching stuff for the Mayweathers. And I always remember that you having all these different. They said this is the man with all the pad combinations. He had all these different combinations, like in a vault. Yeah. I always heard about it. Then the System 9 came out. So this fascinates me because I like unconventional. I like going against the grain, not for the sake of it, but for
Yeah.
your own personal survival and growth. Don't
Yeah.
want to do things the way everyone else wants it done. Like BWTM,
Yeah.
for example, isn't what people expect it to be. And I'm not doing it for people's expectations. I'm doing it because this is a universe I think that will help others grow and develop from.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So the System 9,
Yes.
Anthony Yard is the dare I say the I won't say the blueprints, but the package of what the System 9s can achieve.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that I mean, there's so many different combination stuff. Probably you haven't even taught Anthony yet that
Yes.
you've got there,
Yeah.
and the best is yet to come. And you would say that because obviously
Yeah.
you are the owner of that. Okay,
Yes.
now how far into the Systems 9 have you got with Anthony? How far does he have to go to get to that ultimate point? And does that ultimate point bring him to where you want him to be, which is world champion or undisputed champion? Or I know, first of all, you want him to be successful financially and safe, defense, protecting his kingdom and money in the back, bang, done.
Yes. Yes.
But in terms of world championships
Yes.
and glory and legacy, how far away from that System 9 that you've got there for you to getting it to where you need it to be for him to achieve what he needs to achieve? Bearing in mind the stuff with the four deaths this year for Anthony, which was something you didn't predict or could see.
Yes.
So take that aside into 2021, because I don't know what Anthony's going to say.
Yes.
Should you? Because I've got to speak from a person who doesn't know. Should you still remain the trainer? Because we don't know what he's going to say. Should you still remain the trainer? I've got to speak that way. Should you still remain the trainer? Then, what can we see from this Systems 9 in 2021?
Yes.
That's the question I'm asking.
Well, yeah, I mean, you asked quite a few questions in that.
Well, that's it. I'm gonna sit back and listen.
Well, in terms of I'll answer the one I remember first, which is the last part of it, which is, will you still remain Anthony's trainer? And as I say, subscribe to Anthony Yard's YouTube channel to find that out. You just need to do it. You just have to, I don't know what Anthony's gonna say. Whatever decision Anthony comes to, he knows that I love him, that I respect him, that I'm always there for him, and nothing will ever change. Nothing will ever change. So I leave that to Anthony. I leave that to Anthony to answer. In terms of how far we are in this, or what have I got to teach, and how far we're in the system, I told you a long time ago. My system is infinite. I could never master. There are not enough hours in the day for me to master what I wrote. I've got an infinite system of learning. So that's that. So that's in terms of what I've got documented in terms of paperwork. Thousands and thousands of documentation based on study and boxing. What does Anthony needs to do to become a world champion? He just wants to win it. I can have the best theory, the best program, the best formula ever. Anthony Yard has to want it. He has to want to be a world champion. That is the biggest ingredient for anybody. Michael Jordan played on a team with other players, but there was only one Michael Jordan. Why? Because he put in the extra work. He had the drive and the passion and the willpower to do more than others. So, but he was playing on the same team, around the same players. But when the players was partying, Jordan was putting in work or resting. And so everyone writes their own story. I'm gonna write my own story. And nobody's gonna stop that. Just like you said, don't use the word hope. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop me from being a notable trainer of the era, of my time. It's gonna happen. Some would say I'm already known, but maybe not for the right things, And where Anthony's concerned,
But do you admit that for some of the? Do you admit that yourself that some of the things you might be known for are not some of the things you may not want to be known for?
Well, I want to be known anyway.
Yeah, good, bad. There's nothing as bad.
Listen, they hated Jesus. They hated Muhammad. They hated any religious head that you follow, or some of you may not be religious. They hated them. So I'm in good standing. You know, most people only love Ali after his career was over. They never
if
loved.
Ali was around today, they would have hated him still the same way.
They would have hated him. So
politically, even more so now. So they hate him.
So I don't mind about that. But I always say the reason why Anthony Yarde has achieved what Anthony Yarde has achieved is because he wanted to. He wanted to. When he was surrounded by all those fighters in the gym, Craig Richards, O'Hara, Daniel Dubois. Remember, all these boys were with me. Was with me. You know, Daniel Dubois. He was with me. He signed a contract with me. You know, never honored the contract. I let him go because I'm not here to stop a man's destiny. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. But Anthony will 100% achieve what is in his mind because that boy works hard. That boy works so hard. He wants it just like I heard Bashir speak about Muhammad where he said where he said that he was a beautiful human being outside the ring, but when he got in the ring, he was just an absolute beast. And Anthony's that as well. But again, people need to understand we're learning on the job, Ingrid. We just come into this and we're beating guys that have boxing heritage. You see what I'm saying? So what is it that has made us get to this level without having that experience or that heritage factor? There's only two things going on.
But the reason why people also are attracted to you is because of the trainer-fighter relationship. Tunde, I mean, look, Yarde can speak for himself, but
exactly
himself. It's not like Danny Garcia and Angel Garcia, where Danny can't speak for a lick and Angel speak for him.
Yes,
Yarde can speak for himself.
Yeah, and this is why. And this is why you will see in the coming months and the coming year, you will see me retracted a lot from giving interviews out because I feel like, and I said it, one of the reasons why I was so outspoken because trainers don't get respect. They never get respect, and they add to that. So I mean, everyone's saying the trainer, but no one's saying the manager. To this day, no one's talking about the managerial duties that I have done, even though I've been Anthony's manager from the beginning.
I've spoken. All the points you're talking about here are points. If you rewind the tape of what I mentioned at the beginning about what you've done as a manager for him, getting him that Adidas contract, getting him the promotion that he's had, it's been fantastic. That's great.
Yes.
But then people will come back and say, like myself, I'll be one of those people who talks about the jab.
Yes. Yeah. That was another thing you spoke about, the jab.
The jab.
But what I'm trying to say is, look, listen. You got gassed at everyone else. Anthony, you got gassed at everybody else. And that's what TV does. It sways your perception.
But wait, before the fight, I did the preview.
Hold on. Why? The reason why you done a preview on that jab, because you fell for the old hokey rope, what they call it, where they're talking about this Yarde and jab situation. Again, I don't want to mention the Kovalev, but the Kovalev. So what the perception or the narrative that has been given is Ant can't. Nobody talked about the jabs Ant was slipping. Nobody said that. Go and do the punch, the CompuBox.
Yes.
Anthony Yarde wasn't hit with an inordinate amount of jabs. I mean, Craig Richards fought Shaq and Peters. There was more jabs landed in that fight than there was in the
jabs between Joyce and Dubois, right?
Exactly.
And Joyce dominated the jab. However,
listen, you say that, but the jab was the key factor
Of
in
course.
that fight because many jabs were thrown. But what I'm trying to say, if you're talking about shots landed, tell me one round when you saw Ant's head going boom, boom, boom. Oh, jab. But what happened is every shot that landed, you would hear the commentator say, "Oh, what a beautiful jab! Oh, they would get this jab." And I'm like, when I watch it at home, I said, "Bro, John Ruling, you little batty, yo. When I see you, me and you're gonna have words because you're just highlighting the thing." But he wasn't caught with it. Linden has got a good jab. And you can't take that away from him. But it wasn't what about the jabs Anthony landed? What about the double jab?
Wait. So here's this.
Yeah.
Round 12 was similar to Danny Garcia against Errol Spence. In the 12th round, suddenly Garcia knew how to throw punches.
Yes.
In the 12th round and the 8th round, I said earlier on, the 12th round against Arthur and the 8th round against Kovalev were almost identical. Why?
That's correct.
Because both times you had your man hurt.
Yes.
Both times you couldn't get your man out of there.
Yes.
And that's the difference between today talking about Anthony Yarde world champion or Anthony Yarde Commonwealth champion.
Yes. Yes.
Now, he had done the 9 rounds or the 10 rounds comfortably, right? Because we could see in the 12th round, he had it. Why was there no urgency? Just a question being asked. Why was no urgency from you as a trainer to say, hey, you know what? Step on the gas, step to this guy, get him out of there.
Again, this is what I'm trying to say. Wait. But this is what I'm trying to say. Again, you just listened and repeating the narrative because what you're saying is subconscious. You actually haven't listened to what I said in the 12th round. Okay, I said to Anthony, go out there and finish up this round hard. Stop him. That's what I said to Anthony.
Round 10.
But listen. In the 10th round, I think it was the 10th, I was telling Anthony, start throwing the overhand right. We'll catch him in the overhand right. In the 6th round, I was saying to Ant, come on, we need to throw more punches. We're winning, but we need to throw more punches and step it up. So there were instructions given. Maybe the urgency, yes, that's something we're going to have to look at. The urgency. But Ingrid. Ingrid was one of my best friends at school. Sorry, that's why I say that. Ingram. So this is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
So hold on. So I made these comments.
Yeah.
Not many people are talking about these comments.
Okay.
Anthony responded to them when I said them, but maybe not as much urgency. Why? Because we felt that we was winning the fight, or he felt that he was winning the fight.
Because you had the A side, you're the A side.
I don't look at that. I say it on it, but I don't look at that. What I'm looking at is the fight itself. And to me, when I felt that we needed to step up, we need to, that's the whole thing. But I keep on saying this. The reason why I don't really question anything, because I still go back to the inexperience factor of Ant and same thing in the amateurs. Ant lost on points in the amateurs one time, and he thought he won the fight. He bust up the guy's nose, everything. After that fight, Ant said, all right, cool. Watch. From now, I'm just going in there knocking out. So it's not like, as Bashir said, it's not like mistakes won't be made because we're human beings. What is more fascinating to me is why the whole thing has been blown up. And poor little Tunde. But guess what? Poor little Tunde loves it. Because I love a fight. I love the excitement. I love the engagement. Because it's not going to stop me going back to the drawing board and working harder, correcting things, bringing in new things and trying to get better. I don't mind that.
I'm glad you said that because now I can actually get a trainer who said those words.
Yes.
The drawing board.
Yes.
Tunde.
Yes.
What's that drawing board look like? I've never seen it. I've gone into all these gyms. I've never seen a drawing board.
It's too complex for you.
It's too complex. I need to see this drawing board. Because if you can tell me what the drawing board is, then I can better listening.
I'm telling you, I'll be honest with you. We never lost that fight. We never. On Anthony's not so perfect day, we never lost that fight. I'm saying, but the reason is, well, that's something I don't want to really get into.
A side.
That's something I didn't want to. Listen, I can't say I'm a spiritual man, and then when things happen, I'm start looking for all these excuses. I'm not on that. I just don't give excuses. That's why I haven't really answered the questions about what you're gonna do. Listen, he won. It was his night. It's Pat Linden's night. But nothing I say or do can take that away from them. And I congratulate them. I'm happy for them. I'm happy that they made a little bit of money, not as much as us. But we're all winning there. All of us are winners in this thing, and all of us can learn from this situation. But it's what really I'm a bit let down there is the disrespect, because I never said nothing disrespectful to them. Anthony never said nothing disrespectful to them, but they're coming out and saying that we said different, or I'm being disrespectful to them. I just don't see how that. How you equate that? I don't know.
Well, the right hand, first of all, Anthony saying he didn't have a right hand.
Yes.
He didn't have a right hand. But I saw Lyndon Arthur catch Anthony even in the 10th or the 12th round for absolutely beautiful right hand. Shook him like that with his head, warm like that. I'm thinking, well, if you don't have a right hand, how can you throw a right hand like that?
yeah. And again, it's something I'm not even going to bother, because 1 minute your hand's hurt, next minute your hand's not hurt. 1 minute you hurt it in training weeks before, next minute you hurt it in the changing room the night of the fight. I don't know, fam. That's what I'm saying. I just don't. It's excuses. Floyd always says it. Excuses, excuses, excuses. It doesn't matter, Ingram. It's done. It's gone.
Again, it's done. Would you take it? No, I can't ask that question. Are you in a position to take an immediate rematch?
Listen, you said it. We are the A side.
Wait. Oh, let's see. Now you were the A side. Okay?
Yes.
You're the A side. You're the A side, right?
Yes.
So you have a sort of like the fight's in your hometown. Was it not? So if it goes to points, there's almost a belief system like, well, if it goes to points, we'll win it because
well, listen, there's not. First of all, there's not an A side in coronavirus time. there's no A side or B side, right? Coronavirus is no crowd, so there's no energy of supporters to really, we're seeing this year that a lot of fighters have lost just because of that, because I don't think they're used to fighting without a crowd. But again, I just think it was a good fight. I personally scored it 7-5 to Anthony. But
you would say,
but there's many people that have said the same thing. But then on the same hand, there's people that may have scored it 7-5 for Lyndon. Whatever the case, Lyndon got the nod on the night, and that's all that matters.
Do you agree? If you're a champion, you have to do more to beat the champion. You can't just go close to the champion. You've got to outwork the champion from round one.
Well, I don't really agree. I don't really agree with that, because if you win, you win. You win, you win. But unfortunately or fortunately, we live in a society where it's a numbers game. Yeah. It's a numbers game. So that's always going to play a big role in the decision. And remember, the rematch always sells better than the first one.
The rematch. Is that something that you want to take immediately? Is that something you want to add changes to before the rematch?
Well, let's see. Let's sit down. New year. Speak with Frank. Speak with Anthony. Anthony's his own man. Remember, all I've done is aided Anthony's career. Nobody can't tell Anthony Yarde what to do. Nobody. Not even me. It's like people think Anthony's some robot or something, and I just type in the instructions and Anthony just says, yes, I'm gonna go. No. Anthony's a very analytical.
Why do people can only respond or react to what they see?
Yes, that's correct.
So the impression that might be given, but mind you, David Haye and Adam Booth were like, they were almost inseparable, like yourself and Yarde. They're almost inseparable like that, and they were very successful at that. So
yes, Well, from what I understand, money got in the way with them too.
Of course.
Nobody can't buy me. I don't care. I'm just not for sale. Stamina for sale. Stamina for sale. Wait. Stamina for sale.
For advertisement.
Stamina for sale.
Now,
but But Tunde Ajayi ain't for so, and it would never be money that would part me
Now,
and that.
I'm going to ask you a sensitive question here to this. So don't bite my head off when I say this.
Yeah.
Would you ever consider, because we had a situation with, example, Ben Davidson when he went into the camp with Sugar. Ben Davidson wouldn't go into camp with Sugar Hill. Would you ever yourself consider?
Oh, is that right? Yeah, is that what happened?
Yeah, I suppose that happened. That's why Ben Davidson didn't go into camp, and that's why he kept away.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Would you ever consider having extra eyes, even from to help, like something like a Bashir? Would you ever consider something, or is that something that you would keep away from?
Like, comment, and subscribe to Antina's YouTube channel
You're your own man.
To get bruv. This is the Anthony Yard career. It's not the Tunde Ajayi career. I'm humble enough and want it enough for Anthony to do what he thinks is the best thing for him. Because the thing about trainers and managers and promoters, they have almost 9 lives in the sport. Boxers have one career. And they have to do what's best for them. And they have to have people around them that they can trust wholeheartedly and always know that we're all working for the one team. It's a family thing. And I feel that that's what I've created in Stamina for Sale. It's a family. But having said all that, everybody has to just keep their eyes on Anthony and his YouTube channel, AY. and you know, see what the young man decides. It's very I'm on edge to see if I've got a job at the end of the year.
Is it really like that?
Listen, let's see. I don't know.
You're his manager.
I don't know. Yeah, but he's a hold on. So wasn't Adam Booth David A's manager when he bounced? Of course he was. You get what I'm saying? So but listen. Come on, man. Come on. Let's just it's only a few days.
For him to bounce on you like that. But then there were things he said in that interview that made me go, okay. He said, well, you know what? There's parts of me that want to just say, screw all this boxing. I want to go out there and knock a man out.
Yes.
That's throwing away all that Systems 9 and just being a power puncher.
Yes.
It's conflict within himself that's coming out now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's why you have to like, comment, and subscribe to listen to what Anthony's got to say. Anthony's his own man. As you said it, Ingram. Anthony is articulate and can speak for himself. What has actually happened in this scenario is that because I got a big mouth and I love a fight and I can articulate myself in a way that the roadman can understand, the CEOs in the boardroom can understand, it's kind of like it's about me. But it ain't about me because I'm a giver. As I said, when the checks are getting cut, I ain't getting the same cut as Anthony. I'm getting the little minute cut because I want it for Anthony so much. I want the best for that young man. He's my son. And you know where decisions are concerned, I leave that up to Anthony. Let's wait and see what Anthony.
Huh? You've got that warrior, very, you know. Could you emotionally accept being told, you know what, Unks? I think you've taken me as far as you can take me as a trainer. Although I rate you as a manager, can you stay on as my manager? I'm going to bring on another trainer. How does Tunde Ajayi face that? I might never get to ask you that question. 24, 48 hours, 72 hours. How do you respond to that? And I'm the only one who's able to ask you the question. So I damn well ask the question. How do you respond to that if he decides, you know what, Unks? I love you, man. I love you as a manager, and I love what you do as a trainer, but that's not for me no more. I need to go out there and knock man's out, and I'm looking for a man that's going to just teach me to knock out a man.
I've done it for many years. I was in the corner. I was always the second man with Johnny Eames. I was always the second, and I learned what I learned.
Yeah.
And I left, but the point what I'm saying is that
this is Anthony Yarde. This is the one that you. This is the one.
Listen. We've seen it with Adrian Broner, still having the man around him in the corner that you saw him in all those big nights in, and then bringing in the other trainer, what's the guy? The guy who's a police officer as well, Kevin Cunningham.
Yes.
You know, but he's still got his the man that everyone knows it from. That's love. And you know, if one man could do that, I can do that as well. I'm a humble person. I don't mind. It's just I just want the best for Anthony.
Would you take it to heart if he said, just for argument's sake, he went, you know what? Because he mentioned Tony Cisse. Would you have an issue if he said, you know what, Unks, I want you to be my manager, but I want Cisse to train me? Or, for example, he might say, I want you to be a manager, but I want this person to train me, like Adam Booth. Just for argument's sake, could you stomach that? Because if I were you, and I'm not you, but if I were you in that situation, I'd vomit, because worked with so long, built up, and then he's telling me, nah, you know, nah, bro. I mean, this is how you talk now. This is, I don't want to. I don't want to spoil it for people. I don't want to spoil it for you, and I don't want to spoil it for others. I think we just have to. Before I talk, I want Anthony to talk. Okay,
you understand? And I think that way I feel that I'm respecting him as a man, as I've always done. You see what I'm saying, Ingram, to make his own decisions publicly. I've done it. As I said to you, I've done enough talking now. Everyone knows who I am. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's for a good, they know who I am. I don't need to talk no more.
Become it, right?
You know, sometimes it's about doing what you set out to do, and I just wanted to be known and respected, because I know what I put into the sport. Boxing is my life. You get what I'm saying? I don't really need to. All I can do is prove deep down by my work ethic and hopefully getting the right results. Any decision that Anthony makes, I would always respect it. I would never fight against it. I would never. But we'll have to wait and see what Anthony has decided, and then go from there. So, but I'm not egotistical to the point where, I mean, look, Adeola Yinka will do a whole sessions with Anthony, and I'll just sit there and watch and listen and learn. I've always been receptive. I came on here today to listen to a man who's done it, been there before me, and I can take that away and implement that to my own style. There's no ego here where I wouldn't, give someone, because I know it's always. But sometimes you have to ask yourself, what is the motive? What are you're gonna pull that one like you did with Derek Chisora being introduced for Dave Coldwell and David A. And then, you ain't pulling that one on me, mate. You get what I'm saying? I know that. I know them things.
Bro, listen.
Go on.
See, I said, and you go back and replay the tape, you see, two things are going to happen. You have to do one of two things. He hushes his mouth, he shuts his mouth, and he gets back with Tunde, and they get to work. Or a complete break off, and he goes to America and leaves the whole situation with Tunde behind. It's one or the other. Because you can't be a British trainer.
But
no.
That's what we're waiting, bro. We're waiting, bro. Everybody everybody is waiting for the finality of Anthony. We're waiting.
To Anthony's channel. And if I hear he's gone to some other British trainer, right? I hear him ringing around. I'm pushing unsubscribe and I'm walking out the door and I'm looking back.
Right. I'm so interested to hear. Listen, I'm subscribed to the channel myself.
I'm subscribed if I hear any nonsense with the usual trainers being brought up.
Well, the thing is
if that's the case.
The thing is this. The British trainers' names I've heard flying about.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the names I've heard about. What have they done?
Don't even get into it. Don't even talk about it.
What have they done? Who have they brought up? Who have they managed to take from? You got to remember, it's easy to work with someone or something when the work's already been done with 80, 90% done. But to sacrifice your time when, as I said, me and Anthony used to be sharing each other's boots. And people can say, oh yeah, but maybe he's taking him as far as he can go. Hold on, ain't boxers supposed to lose? Is every boxer supposed to be 50-0? Supposing the Charlos, supposing Charlo, when he lost to what's it, Harris? Was it Harris?
With Harris,
Yeah. Well, he did actually. Did he leave my man to go to Derek James, or was it the same trainer?
No, he had
Was Ronnie Shields in the corner when he lost?
no. Ronnie Shields is Big Charles' trainer.
Okay, so
Derek James.
you know what I'm saying? They got
that year when he lost. That year he lost the title. Derek James was getting flack. Oh, he's a one-trick pony. He's this and that. Derek James comes back. They win the title, and then he goes and unifies the title, and then Errol Spence unifies as well.
There you go. And you know why? Because Charlo wanted it. He wanted it. So let's get it right. The individual has to have that fire, that passion, that no, that was an error. I'm gonna rectify it. Moving to another trainer, does that rectify it? As I said, and I don't want to keep on mentioning another man's name because it's not really my business. But
it's not
certain fighters get broke up with their so-called experienced trainer at the top level, and no one don't talk like this. No one don't talk like this.
I do.
So I'm like,
what it is. Trainers.
You don't hear them coming on saying, "Oh, you got to get rid of this, you got to get rid of that." So that's why me and Spencer, we just joke about it. You heard Spencer, get rid of him, get that bloody Tunde, bruv. I don't mind. You get what I'm saying? So I just keep doing what I'm doing, and that's all I can do. And
if that happened to you, would that discourage you? I know you talk about having a heart and a warrior, and would that discourage you? Because you've put a lot of love and a lot of heart into it.
The only time I've been discouraged, because remember, fighters have left me. Remember, Kevin Mitchell left. Wait. Kevin Mitchell left. Akash Bhatia left. Nathan left. Craig Richards left. Daniel Dubois left. I mean, obviously, we hadn't got to the level where we are, where me and Anthony. But what I'm trying to say is that the only time I've ever been discouraged in boxing is in 2016 when Otto, who I'd brought up just like Anthony, got him to a world stage or a world gym, Floyd Mayweather's gym. He too, remember, I've said this many times. You're looking at Anthony and me helping Anthony achieve some of his dreams, because I know Anthony hasn't achieved his dreams yet. He's got his dreams are so big, but I've done my part, which is what we're all here to do. But I've done the same thing with a young man, Otto Saba. He had 12 amateur fights, the same as Anthony, and I took him from an amateur, took him around the gyms, took him to Floyd's gym until we broke up the Golden Gloves champion, and he got signed by Floyd Mayweather. If you go look at the program for Floyd Mayweather against Marcus Maidana 2, you see the name Junior Benjamin. That was Otto Saba. We done it. And I remember Sky TV phoning me and saying, well done, Tunde. You really have to give yourself a pat on the back because many people doubted you, your system, and you've managed to get this young boy who has no experience as an amateur to the top of the mountain. MGM Las Vegas, Floyd Mayweather, Marcus Maidana 2, all set to go. Driving to the gym Thursday evening, the phone rang. Leonard Ellaby. As soon as the phone rang, because I've told you I'm an energy person. As soon as the phone rang, I knew God said it ain't gonna happen. It wasn't the time. And I remember Leonard Ellaby saying to me, son, I don't know why he's calling me son, because but he's like, son, I got some bad news for you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, remember, I'm driving the car. Otto's sitting next to me in the passenger seat. We're ready. Thursday, day before the weigh-in. Marcus Maidana, Floyd Mayweather 2. Defeated all the odds, all the haters. You understand? He said, you failed your brain scan. Bruv, when I tell you, if I could have just crashed the car, if I could have just, and I have to talk about these experiences because they're real. If I could have just crashed the car, my whole body and my heart dropped. And then I was like, no, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. You get what I'm saying? And I tried, and I have to say, that's the only time that I've been down. That's the only time that I felt like walking away from boxing. But guess what? There was a young man that flew out to Vegas that year. Out of all the 16 fighters I was training, there was a young man that flew out to Vegas that year. And that boy was Anthony Yarde. And within 3 years of that tragedy happening to me, Anthony Yarde was at the top of the mountain fighting Kovalev. I ain't no one-trick pony, sir. I'm going to be here for a long time, fam. Because I do everything from my heart, from the goodness of my heart. And I always want the best for these guys. And I would say that Otto failing his brain scan and not being able to fulfill his dreams, even if it wasn't with me. You see what I'm saying? I'm a giver. So even if it's not with me, even if I'm not in the corner, I will like, God bless that boy. It's his time. This is how I think. God bless that boy. It's his time. You understand? But he never ever got that opportunity. And that was heartbreaking for me. It's the only time I would say in boxing where I've stopped working. Everything else is gone. Keep working. Keep working. Keep working. Don't worry. It's a learning lesson. It's a learning lesson. It's a learning lesson. So that's it. That's how it goes. That's how the story has.
I saw him. I think I saw him if a year or two ago down in Xavier Miller's gym. I saw him.
Xavier's looking after him now, and it's good that he's got somewhere to go. He's got Mick Collier phoned me, and told me that he's issuing Otto his trainer's license. Yeah. So I'm happy for him, regardless of whatever happens, But as I say, that's the only time I've ever been down, and I wouldn't be down for any other thing. If a man doesn't have the opportunity to create the life that he has in his mind, that gets me down. That gets me down. Anthony has had so many great experiences already in the embryonic stage of his career. Fought for a world title, globally recognized, made a few quid.
That deal, the Adidas deal, does that still stand because of what's happened with Anthony? Does it?
A contract's a contract.
Smart man. Right.
Yes.
Go on.
AJ actually got bigger when he lost. The deals, because it's a numbers game. You can't give up on a fighter. You can't give up on a brand can't give up on you because you've had one setback or two setbacks. The brand, they don't actually want you for the brand. They actually want you for the fact that you're this image. People buy their clothes and buy their trainers based on you. Anthony's got a great name, great personality. He's not punch drunk. He can articulate himself very well, and he's a good-looking young man. You understand?
I've said it. He's a pay-per-view star. He's Absolutely. A pay-per-view star.
Absolutely.
Right? Final question. We've been here a while. Final question. But aside all the stuff that's going on, we've had a world pandemic or plandemic, whichever way you want to believe it to be.
Tier 5. It's tier 5 tonight.
What?
It's tier 5.
You're joking.
That's the news I'm getting. In 2 hours' time, it's tier 5. We ain't allowed to go nowhere.
What?
I may be getting false news, but 3 people have told me already. I'm actually.
When I heard the tier 5 was coming.
Yeah, they're saying tonight.
Jesus. Is that is it for London or is that a whole of England?
I know, definitely for London.
Well, in the south, I was in tier 2 for a while, and then it suddenly dropped from tier 2 straight to tier 4.
I think they're saying it's for a fortnight. Coronavirus lives in Denmark. Look, oh no, that's Denmark.
I know tier 5. They were saying tier 5 was coming.
Yeah. So from what I understand, the news may be wrong, but yeah, it's a tier 5 thing. So
what happens there? What does tier 5 mean?
You can't go nowhere.
You mean
it's like the first lockdown. Remember the first lockdown? It's like the first lockdown. So I hope that news isn't true, but
it's probably true then. It's true.
A few people have said it to me now.
It's true. Because I heard they were talking about it yesterday, and I knew there was going to be a third lockdown, but they're moving faster than I thought they were going to move. Now they're going to tier 5. How's this affecting you, by the way?
Well, I mean, we're in our break now anyway. We're not going to start back in the gym till New Year. So, and I mean, from what I understood, I don't know where it is now, but before professionals were allowed to train or have been able to train. I mean,
That's in
we used
tier
to,
three, right? But not in
that
tier
was
four.
in T3, I'm not in tier 4. So you know, we need to get directions from the British Boxing Board to let us know what the situation is. But if they're saying
You got a 2 week break, just pack yourself for 2 week break, bro, because you ain't doing nothing for 2
that's it,
weeks.
you can't go for 2 weeks, and this is mad. You know, this is affecting a lot of people, and I think at this time there's a lot more important issues than Tunde shouting lions in the camp in the corner.
I mean, you see the funny side of all that, though, when people say lions in the camp, liars in the camp. Did you not see it funny? Do you think, oh, yeah, okay, fine, that's funny?
It's pure comedy. It's comedy, Ingram. I don't. Come on, man. I'm built for jokes. You see my. All I do is joke and sing. That's
He said to me today, he said to me, imagine going to your doctor and you said you got a broken leg and the doctor turns around and said to you, lions in the camp.
The one that I heard, someone texted me one yesterday. They said Tunde Ajayi is nothing but a Sunday preacher who just fell into boxing. I'm like, bro, all right, cool, say nothing. I've already got my next job lined up. I'm a preacher. So it's good. This is a career, not a kamikaze. We're human beings. You know, there's no bad energy around us.
Yeah, of course.
It's only positive, progressive energy, and we all want to do better. You know, but you know, Anthony done 12 rounds there. People say it wasn't at a hectic pace, but if you look at a lot of the fights today, they're not a hectic fight. That was a very cerebral fight, which actually is more draining at times than a physical fight. It's one of the reasons why Callum Smith couldn't even throw no punches, because he was getting drained out mentally. And I told people this before the fight. When you go and fight,
he was never going to be ready for that fight. Never. I mean,
yeah, I didn't even know it was 4 weeks. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that.
But even that, so I can't understand how a professional fighter, this is no disrespect, but a professional fighter at his standard, at his level, when he gets against the ropes, does this. I can still not understand that.
Yeah, but again, I'm saying it, Ingram, and this is not to go against what you're saying. It's different when you get in there. It's just totally different. Like
even your talk, to roll.
No, it's not.
He did it against Ryder, which I predicted Ryder would beat him because the new Ryder would put pressure on him.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Think about it. The greatest entertainers in the world are usually from the US. The singers, everything. The fighters, everything.
That's special. I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's special. And it's energy, it's numbers, it's demographics. And so this is why the point I was making about Luke Campbell and Ryan Garcia. Mm-hmm. He's going up fighting someone in their backyard who has 7.8 million followers on social media, Instagram alone. That's energy, Ingram. And is it a wonder that when they get in there, the things that they would do prior to fighting these guys, they can't do it when they fight them? It's energy. It's why you see Shane Mosley after the second round almost stopping Floyd.
I'll talk about that earlier on tonight.
Nothing. It's the energy. It's the energy. It's the energy. And so, you know, it means something. It absolutely means something. I mean, Ruiz was AJ's first fight in America, if I'm not mistaken.
But I called that fight as well and said exactly the punch and how it was going to land and when it would land. Called it as well.
But, you know, in Saudi Arabia, neutral ground, AJ just broke him up. Done what he had to do.
Well, was that neutral ground?
It was because you know what? Let me tell you what.
That stadium was built for AJ. Come on, bro. It wasn't built for me. Come on.
Let me tell you why it was neutral.
Okay.
Because the fans in Saudi Arabia don't have the passion and the energy for boxing as the fans in the US.
In Joshua, are they not?
Well, I don't know. Listen,
money, man. We're talking money and energy. Come on, bro.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Come
It
on.
is true. But how many of them is? I don't know. Listen, at the end of the day, I know that environment does play a part to any situation. That's
True.
scientifically proven.
Money,
Environment,
money,
yeah.
right?
Bullshit
Walks.
talks. Money buys houses.
It buys the
money,
reasons as well.
money buys houses. So,
And buys
you know,
fights. You
but,
know
but
that.
but at the end of the day, there must be a reason why Floyd never came out of Vegas or America.
Oh yeah.
There must be a reason why Roy Jones, till he was done, never went out and fought in Germany when there was an opportunity for him to fight Sven Vokter and all those guys. There's a reason why they don't go out of their zone. Again, going back to my man AY, us going to Russia, the mighty Russia, the land of mentalism, if you know about mentalism, the land of mentalism, going into that and almost
Pull off
doing an
the.
upset, pulling off the upset. It's a big thing. It's a big thing. And not many fighters do it, and the fighters that do it are always recognized as greats. I mean, and even if they don't, they're still recognized as great. So, but it's the wonderful sport we love, boxing. Everybody's always going to have an opinion because that's the sport we're involved in, and everyone's going to always say, "Why didn't you do it this way? Couldn't you have done it that way? Don't you think if it was done this way?" I'm like, "Fam, you need to get in this position. Then you get in this position, then then you do what you're telling me to do." Yes, but it's all good. I love it. I love it. And then, as I say, anytime that I ever have, you're one of the guys. As I said, I took you and your dad to the restaurant. We had a great dinner. Your dad was I remember your dad was pissing you off. He's like, my dad pisses me off.
Today.
To this day, is there still messing up? It's all love. It's all love. Love is the most powerful instrument in the universe. So it's all love, brother. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for being the first.
Yes, sir.
To come on a show with myself and Uncle Bashir. And that's brilliant. That UK, US build there. I've been talking to Bashir for years. So even at the big fights, he'll call me before the big fights. He'll call me after the big fights. We'll talk about things before.
Isn't Bashir the one that was assaulted?
Yes.
Why would anyone want to assault that man?
Well, we'll have to talk about it behind closed doors. We'll talk a little bit more about it.
That's interesting.
That's an energy thing as well.
Yeah. I told you again. People are not gonna. When you got good hearts, not many people will give you time. But again, I was attracted to this channel this evening, not because I knew it was gonna be on, but just because my energy just brought me here. And
the night before this, we did a 3-hour special with Bashir.
Yes, yeah, interesting. All right, my man.
Brother, thank you so much.
Yes,
really appreciate it, brother. See you soon.
Yeah, love. Take care.
Much best. So there you have it. Tunde Ajayi, James Ali Bashir. What an evening. What an evening we've had here. That was just special. 4 hours. I mean, that's great. I hope you've been entertained. I hope you've learned a lot more about Tunde Ajayi. I hope you've learned a lot more about James Ali Bashir. And I hope you've enjoyed BWTM Sports. Take care and have a great night.